Alright, everybody. Hello, and welcome into the It's a Stream starring me, Cesare.
She's not a tree, and that's okay. Go say hi to Cesare.
It is Thursday, my dudes. I do have one small stream announcement. Pixel Yaps will not be happening this week as scheduled. Luna needs to take a break. So, it will be back either next week or the week after. We might do it next week and then get on a new cadence. I gotta talk to Luna about it. But you'll know when I know. I will still do the upcoming games list and post it on Blue Sky and in Discord. So, yeah. Unacceptable. Nobody cares. Today, first of all, shout out to Game Chops for the music. If you like what you hear, there you go. Today, we will be checking out Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery, which is a delightful little detective game where I get to be a cat. We tried out the demo. I think it was during the most recent Next Fest, maybe 2 Next Fests ago. I don't know. What is time? Either way, we played the demo. We loved it. And I was so excited to be able to snag a key. It's actually, fun fact, it's actually being published by DevCats, which are the ones that made the point and click, or not point and click, the hidden object cat game that we played last week. So, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Oh, there's an update for Feline Forensics. Alright, my internet is speedy. We're good. Let's go! Oh, controller. Okay. Oh, you like my detective coat? I don't think I'll be able to wear it the whole stream. Because it's, quite warm. But I dressed up for you guys a little bit for solving crimes, you know? It's like one of those ones that's like really long. That's right. We're taking this job seriously. Nova's behind me, just moving her bed. She's being so weird. She's just like scratching the floor. What are you doing? What do you smell? She's like scratching the carpet and then she's just laying down. Okay.
What you're proposing just isn't very good science.
Hello, Just Check and the Just Check community raiding in. Apparently, ever since we got this bot, this is the 69th time. Heyo, welcome in. We are just getting started with Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery, so you've come in at a very good time. I hope stream went well. If you're not following Just Check, the variety streamer lately playing World of Warships, likes to delve into the MMOs. Look, we got our fancy detective's jacket on. For how long? I don't know. It's kind of hot. It's a good thing we're in the basement. Oh, I need to do my Blue Sky post. I need to do my... Anyway, welcome in. Like I said, you came in at just the right time. We're literally just getting started. We're in for the whole noir detective vibe. I will warn you, if you're not a fan of puns, you're not gonna like this game. Cal. Hello. If you need to go take a break after stream, go stretch your legs, get some water, do things you need to do. FYI, Subnautica 2 has drops going on. Oh yeah, I was hanging out with Spantifical earlier. She was having a lot of fun. Tree saw that it was multiplayer and we're like, ooh, maybe we'll have to play. I never played the first one, but Tree streamed it. This is disclaimer. This game contains content that may be upsetting to some audiences. Violence, including discussions of injury, use of guns. Death, including discussions of death of a friend, death of a parent. Mentions of chronic illness. Discrimination, including discussions of classism, LGBTQIA. Mental illness, including discussions of depression, anxiety, panic attacks. Mentions of bullying. The characters and events depicted in this game are fictional. Any resemblance or similarity to any actual events or persons, whether living or dead, is entirely coincidental. There you go. It's your standard detective fare, Yeah, but Subnautica 2 looks fun. Here we go. Another long day. Street lamps are already on, and I haven't been in my office yet. I should check my computer. I'm sure I have at least a few emails waiting by now. Although, if it's the commissioner volunteering me for more debriefs, I'll have to put my paw down. Look at his little tappy foot. Yeah, we're like a little 2D guy. So cute. Let's see. Alright, let's see if this old litter box still works. I just need to log in. And... Huh? It won't take my password. Something here has my whiskers twitching. This might turn into a regular investigation. I'll start tracking all my leads on this bulletin board, in case I need to reference them again. The unknown password. Oh my god, it's a laser pointer. If I changed it, I certainly would have written it down on a note and put it in my desk. For some reason, my computer isn't accepting my password. Did I just forget what it was? Alright, let's check our drawer. Let's see, what should I take a look at? The desk. It's possible I just wrote the password down and threw it in my desk drawers. ... Okay, not in the top drawer. Surely it'll be in the bottom drawer. Aha! This must be it. Wait, no. This is just a standard department business card. Following procedure requires I enter it into evidence, but unfortunately this might be more serious than it seems. All I found on my desk was an old business card, but I'm not sure how helpful that's going to be. I guess I could give it a second glance. Oh my god. So these are my little evidence cabinets. Aren't they great? Let's take a look. Oh, it's my business card. Hey Elsa, welcome in. We got our office, which is 215-555 meow. Our fax card is 215-555 per. Emergencies only. Oh, there no one here? I don't know. You're an old business card, Daryl. Emergencies only, extension 1029. Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. Why didn't I think to flip over that business card sooner? The extension written here belongs to the department manager. Luckily, I would classify this as an emergency. I should give them a call immediately and let them know what's going on. Oh, you're barking up the wrong tree. Alright. Extension 1024. Let's give it a call. This is gonna be ridiculous. The phone. Now that I have the department manager's extension, I can give them a call about my computer. Good evening, Detective. I hope this is important because I'm in the middle of dinner with my family. Apologies, but we might have a security issue. My computer's password has inexplicably changed. I hate to break this news to you, Detective. Oh, sorry, this is the department manager. I hate to break this news to you, Detective, but the inexplicable is, in fact, quite explicable. If I do recall, this is the second time this week you've interrupted my wife's delicious home-cooked meal. I'm sorry? From what I could gather, you were on another milk-fueled bender. Though, through slurred speech, you told me you changed your own password. And? This is the part where I'm so embarrassed you tell me the password correct. There's a button you want to push, but you need to wait. But why? I don't know, Daryl. Why? I would consider, but you also informed me that you hid it somewhere. Somewhere that only a detective of your caliber would be able to find. So, get on with it, and ensure that not a single report on this matter is out of place tomorrow. And let me reiterate while you're in your right mind. Do not call me again unless it's a real emergency. Click. I think if I had just forgot my password, this wouldn't be so humiliating. Other button, butter, but. Okay, so Daryl's lapsing into dementia. Or maybe he's been possessed. Daryl, have you been possessed? Either way, not my proudest moment, but I can make up for that, even if I am technically this crime's primary suspect. Retracing my steps, following the proper timeline, and correcting any inconsistencies in the case notes will be paramount. You wish not even a passive ghost doesn't want you? I don't know, have you tried frequenting spirit haunts? Yeah, let's see. According to the department manager, I changed my own computer password and hid it somewhere in my office. Apparently, I'm creating my own mysteries now. So this was the demo, basically. What else can we search through? Detective, okay, so without the current password, he can't unlock his computer. Detective left his office late last night and at some point after the department network was hacked. How can I dispute this? Testimonies? Department manager. I see. That makes sense. The department manager did confirm that nothing was hacked. Embarrassingly, just a bit too much indulgence on my part. That being said, I've only got a rough outline from here, and they won't settle for anything less than perfection. It's time to thoroughly investigate the rest of my office, and use my journal to fill in every blank necessary. They all scatter? Oh, that's a shame. Alright, time to put our detective skills to the test, chat. Oh, man. It might not be a good day to play a game that I have to read a lot, you know? Let's see what we can find over here. Let's check obviously the cat tower first. One might ask themselves, Why would any self-respecting feline investigator keep one of these demeaning furniture pieces in their professional office? It was a gift from some old coworkers who thought they were being exceptionally humorous. ... Also, it keeps my claws properly managed, and sometimes it helps me think. Let's see what we can find over here. Filing cabinet. I have a few of these cabinets to keep track of all my previous cases. Oh, of course, it's not unlocked. Those records are pretty confidential. Wait, I don't lock these. Not since I kept misplacing the key. I'm certain this is significant. I might have put my password in here, or at the very least, another clue. Let's see what we can find over here. Alright, nothing else here. Is there anything in the plant? It's possible I hid the password within the potting soil of this plant. However, until I have compelling reason to believe that, I'm not willing to make a mess of the hardwood floor. No concern for the plant. Let's see. Is there something over here to investigate? I guess first the bookshelf. This shelf is absolutely packed with different tomes, journals, studies, and the occasional novelization. If I hid some sort of clue in one of these books, it would take me far longer to find it than it's worth. I wouldn't put it past myself, but I don't have anything to go on yet. Hey, Dargus, welcome in. Yes, I am a cat, and I am a detective, and I solve a crime, and I solve the crime. Is there something... Okay, let's see. The filing cabinets. These are usually just for keeping contracts, reference documents, and various policy paperwork. I can't imagine I would have slid a note with the password on it into this mess of a drawer. Even under a strong influence of dairy, I wouldn't have done something so reckless. Is there something over here? Oh, I keep reading this thing over and over again. When you need to dig up the truth, you've gotta act like an alley cat. Empty milk carton, comically clean fish bones, used yarn ball. He's rummaging through the trash. Hey, welcome in, Temporal. Hope you're doing well. Ugh, none of this looks very helpful. Wait a minute. There's a crumpled receipt, and it looks like I've redacted most of it. Nothing about the actual purchase remains, and only the store's address is left visible. Where could this lead me? Okay. There is not. I rummaged through the trash, but I didn't find any more than some outdated paperwork and an old receipt. I looked over the bookshelf in my office, but it doesn't seem like there's anything out of place. I would need to find some more evidence to narrow my search. Okay. The detective, after returning to the office, the detective changed his login information before it was lost to the memory of a lactose stupor. The detective left his office late last night, and shortly after found himself at the milk bar downtown, imbibing on the finest dairy a cat PI could buy. I need to... okay. Having successfully laid his plot and proud of his mastermind scheme, the detective called the department manager before finally retiring for the evening. The next day, the detective attempted to log in to his office computer, but found the password had been changed. Unbeknownst to the... I think it would be detective. And also... this one would be... oops. Password. You shared your cat clock and cat calendar on the Discord? I'll have to look later. That sounds delightful. Actually, I'll look right now. Let's see. Is it like one of those one-a-day calendars? Let's see. Gosh. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Dargus, you really love cats. Do you still not have your own cat? You desperately need a cat. That's so cute. Change the password to his computer. And he hid it inside a... we don't know yet. Furthermore, he... inside that the recently... Okay, I think we need more stuff. Look at our other evidence. A disposed receipt I found in my office trash bin. It's always cat o'clock. Most of the information on this receipt has been redacted, which is not normal practice for detectives such as myself, and especially not for consumers. The only elements left visible are an address, 13 North 2nd Street, presumably for the store, and a string of numbers, presumably to identify the item internally. Do I need to leave, or can I call them, perhaps? I don't know if I know their number. Let's try the phone. Oh. Is there anything new on the bookshelf? No, okay. Wait, what's here? It's my old map of historic Philadelphia. This game is so silly, I love it. But I don't remember all these thumbtacks in it. They're each holding a thin shred of paper to various addresses in the city, but no one seems more important than the other. That crumpled receipt did have an address on it, though. What was it again? 13 North 2nd Street. I don't recall what's around here, but the slip of paper does have a phone number written on it. Looks like it's time to make another call. Oh, so now it's right here. Additional clue is a slip of paper among several, some tacked to my city map in accordance with that very address. And written on the scrap is a phone number. Alright, to the phone. Let's give the number I found on the map a call. Hopefully they're still open and they can make sense of this receipt. Good evening. Bookgator on 2nd. What can I do for you? Of course. The local bookstore. How could I forget? Sir, did you need help with something? Hello, yes, sorry. I do, actually. This might be an odd question, but I have a receipt and I'm not sure what it was that I purchased. Oh, now we got another word. We're gonna give him a deeper voice. I've been expecting your call, detective. Of course you were. Care to explain why? Wow, Favros just comes in bullying. Hey, how you doing? You stumbled in disgruntled after an argument with this devious plan. I didn't ask questions, but you warned me this call was likely. Oh dear. Now, about that book. Please tell me it's not something terribly inappropriate. Huh! Not quite, no. The book's title is On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. Okay, thank you. That'll be all. Sure you don't need anything else, detective? No, really, it's okay. Thank you. Click. Ugh, as if I wasn't embarrassed enough as it is. Good evening. Yeah, is there another version you expected? I like to try and, expect the unexpected. Furthermore, to the inside, what is this, lost? Ah, here we go. This one's purchased. So this one's detective. This one is book, but we don't have that yet. So let's go look at the bookshelf. The clerk said the book in question had something to do with cat burglary, so where is it? Dignity and Domestication by the Great Dane Austen. Les Miserables by Vermin Hugo. Call of the Wild by Jack London. I like that one's just the same. Okay, more novels than I thought, but hey, these are the classics. Oh, here's the one I'm looking for. The question now is, why would I have purchased this book specifically? Is there something over here to investigate? Oh, we have the book now. But when you expect the unexpected, is the expected reaction then not the unexpected? No. Don't you try to get me in a logic loop. I'm not a robot. You're probably gonna blow up poor Daryl's head. Because he's totally a robot. Okay, actually, hold on. Its title is On the Historical Development of Cat Burglary. It's a dissertation I apparently purchased from the local bookstore and then stashed within the various other tomes on my office bookshelf. The subject matter seems fairly heavy. Deriving any clues from it may be a challenge. Was that why I chose it in this strange pursuit to out-detective myself? Let's see, it says, a study on the impact of declawing as an early cultural normality and the societal repercussions thereof and henceforth. Who drew on it? Oh, it says open. There's a cattail on the back. Is that why we bought it? Open it. Don't open. Don't open, it says. But I'm gonna open it anyway. Great job, detective! Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. I bought a hollow trick book. No wonder the bookstore clerk was holding back a laugh. With my cabinet key hidden inside, no less. I think we're nearing the end of this case. Good thing the trains will still be running for a little longer. Okay, can I... Although I've hardly ever used it, it's become the centerpiece of this ridiculous scavenger hunt of a case. The real mystery is how I accomplished setting all this up under the influence of the milk bar's finest, including hiding it inside a hollow book. Okay, let's open the filing cabinet. I've got the key now, so let's get this locked cabinet opened up and see what we find. There's a note right on top. A great change of pace. Or maybe I was just getting lazy. There doesn't seem to be any cipher or code either. This just looks like a normal password. I should try it and then make sure all my notes are in order. I wouldn't want to attract any more ire from the department manager than I already have. Let's see what we can find over here. Okay, so this one's hid. E. Do we have cabinet? This one's book. In the pursuit of proving I could out-detective myself, I changed my office computer's password and hid this reminder behind a series of puzzles and hidden clues. Whether a locked cabinet, a hollow book, a cryptic map of addresses, or embarrassing phone calls, it didn't stay secret for long. The password is written in newspaper and magazine scraps and reads 7HEC4TSM30W.
Let's see. What should I take a look at? I've got the password supposedly. Now for the moment of truth. Is it possible this has been a red herring all along? Oh, it works. I'm logged in and I have exactly 0 emails that require my attention. It's a relief, of course, but the department manager will have my fur if I don't get the rest of these case notes in order before I go home. Let's see.
Okay. I don't have the word cabinet. Desk? Computer. Did I not look at something? This is the plant again. What am I missing? Oh, maybe here? Ah, here we go. After returning to the office, the detective changed his computer's login information before it was lost in the memory of a lactose stupor. This was the department manager. Oh no.
Sure, my memory's been hazy, but I must have found something that can set that right by now.
About evidence. Hollow book. Well, actually, oh, here we go. Maybe the testimony of the bookstore clerk? No. None of these other ones have it, so let's see. Evidence. Business card. Password reminder?
Ah, I see. That makes sense. Of course, the reason for this entire mystery, locked up tied in a lone filing cabinet.
Now we have the word.
Luckily, I haven't forgotten about it twice. At least, not yet.
Oh, no, cabinet. Unbeknownst to the detective changed the password to his computer and hid it inside a cabinet. Unbeknownst to the manager, I guess? Wouldn't be the commissioner, would it? Oops. Detective. Locked it. That's it. There we go.
Approved. Aha! I knew I was onto something. While a fantastic treat, a night out at the milk bar might cause me more trouble than it's worth.
We got the achievement. Who done it? More like you done it. For completing the tutorial.
Oh, why's the phone ringing? Could it be the manager already? Hello, Feline Forensics Private Detect.
This is the commissioner.
Detective, I'm glad to hear you're burning the midnight oil. Commissioner? To what do I owe the pleasure? Business, not pleasure. There's been an incident. Private property. They asked for you. I'm sending a cruiser. The officer will fill you in on the way. The case seems pretty involved, but it's still within my jurisdiction. You will go by the book, Detective. I'm sure you're aware that if you don't, your license will be on the line. Again.
Click.
Oh, what a ray of sunshine the commissioner is these days. Oh, it's gonna be an even later night than I thought.
I love how the door just creepily opens. Alright. Oh my god, the officer's a goose.
Evening, officer. What are we looking at this time?
Oh, detective, no need to be so formal. Although, we are headed to a pretty fancy museum, so maybe I spoke too soon. Onk.
The one on the east side of town? What happened?
Sounds like an attempted heist gone sideways. Nobody was able to flee the scene, but an important exhibit has gone missing. Not sure if it was one of the thieves, another visitor, or a staff member, but they said somebody might have been shot in the process.
Oh dear. Let's hope things have been kept under control since.
They made it seem like the scenario was contained, but you'll have to make that call yourself. I don't know much more than that, but we'll be there soon. And here we are. I told you it wouldn't take long.
Always a pleasure. Wish me luck. I have a feeling this is gonna be a long night.
Good luck, detective. I'm sure everything will go just fine. And I know you like to work alone, but if you need some help from the department, just give us a call on that payphone over there.
We'll see if that's necessary. For now, it's time to get to work.
Okay. Earlier tonight, the blank and the blank and the blank and the blank. Meeting our suspects.
It's the sign for the museum, with its namesake Kreinberg on the official logo, illuminated by a few spotlights. No one would have suspected a heist turned murder. Well, I guess it could be a murder turned heist. These are the kinds of questions I'll need to answer with my expert feline sleuthing skill.
Let's see. Is there a murder weapon hidden out here?
The plaque reads, "Honk, the Herald Angel," by an unknown artist. A wonderful and timeless depiction of Mother Goose's agents of peace.
Yes.
That said, the biblically accurate sculptures are more compelling.
Oh. What does that mean? Alright, let's go in. This is the curator.
Oh, detective! Thank goodness you finally arrived.
We're gonna make him a Southern Belle.
I'm the curator of this museum and the one that called the police. Thank you for coming on such short notice. For crime, there's no such thing as short notice, and a detective must always be prepared to put a stop to it. Yes, well, please work with the utmost efficiency. A catastrophe of this scale could be a disaster.
Hello, coolest. I don't know if I would like your content. I'll have to maybe check it out later, but I don't know if that's a good way to go about getting subs.
If word got out that our most precious gemstone was stolen, who knows what would happen? Not only would the museum's reputation be forever marred, we could be the target of even more horrid criminals. You're understandably concerned, but I assure you I'll sort this out. This is far from my first case. Although if my debrief was accurate, there was also an unfortunate murder in the process. Is that right? Ah, yes, that punk. I just hate to even think about it. I suppose you should take care of that as well. But in my opinion, the sooner we get the innocent people home, the better. A rushed investigation leads to sloppy work, so I can't promise this will be quick or easy. Regardless, I trust you will do your best, and if you could keep me posted in your progress, it will be greatly appreciated. Of course, I have several things to discuss with you if we could.
About today's events first, and then we'll move on to personal questions.
Go on, then.
Before.
Yes.
What were you doing before the incident?
During operating hours, I don't do much except greet visitors, and today was no exception. On days when we're particularly busy, I may mingle and let the guards stand station, but that wasn't the case today. Up until the argument began upstairs, nothing seemed out of place. The guard and I were here having an idle chat. Unfortunate that it couldn't stay that way. Could I ask a few more questions then? I would expect nothing less.
Alright, more about today. What about during?
Why, certainly.
What happened?
Let's see. The guard and I heard an argument beginning upstairs, but it wasn't an immediate concern to me. I didn't want him to make a scene, but it continued to heat up on its own. Then we heard the gunshot moments later. Even with the accompanied sound of broken glass, my instinct was to make sure the guide was safe. I thought she was in the sculpture gallery, but the guard found her in antiquities, stunned. He called for me and I ran right over. And it was true. She was frozen solid, startled by the cacophonous noise. The guard was concerned, of course, but took off toward the blaring alarm.
Oh my god, is she gonna be a like fainting goat or something? Chameleon?
Despite the chaos of it all, I maintained my focus on her. Eventually I got through, and do you know the first thing she said to me, Detective? Call the police, immediately looking out for the museum. So selfless, to a fault.
So what famous cat detective are you? Sherlock Holmes, Classo, Poirot, Columbo? That was pretty good, Springy. Which one's your favorite? Which one's not very good at it? Because I think we're more like Shedlock. We binged on the milk.
I went back to the foyer just to do that, but the tourists and the artists were there, begging that I release the lockdown. I didn't know who was responsible for this mess, so I brushed them off without opposition and made the call. I see. Let's move on to another topic then.
Personal questions. Who are you?
As I said before, I'm the purveyor of this prestigious museum. Past that, there isn't much more to disclose. Do you have any associations outside your work here? Family, perhaps? Is that vital to solving our case, Detective? Otherwise, I'd request that you inquire no further.
Suspicious.
It certainly could be, depending on how it continues to unfold. Fine, I do have a family, and I'm currently separated from them over personal matters. And I can assure you they have nothing to do with the stolen gemstone or the murder, unless you'd like to interrogate them unnecessarily as well. As always, I appreciate the cooperation. Let's move on.
Alright, what do we got now? What do you do?
I manage the museum staff, exhibitions, publicity, funding, and, well, just about everything else. Wouldn't it be easier to delegate some of that work? Well, you see, we simply don't have the extra revenue to accommodate that. While incredibly valuable to the human condition, a museum of this caliber is hardly ever profitable. Oh, my apologies if this is a sore subject. I simply don't enjoy the idea that one would look at what we do here and assume it's all that easy. It requires hard work and sacrifice, Detective. It's not a sore subject, it's a harsh reality. Of course. Again, my sincerest apologies. Let's get to another question. What do we got next? About the museum. Hydrate! Yeah, I'm gonna need that a lot today. Thanks, Eldon. There's a lot of reading. Oh, shoot. You would, you absolute hooligan. I can't believe it was you and not Fabrouse. Fabrouse is slipping. Yeah, you earned that. Yeah. You earned it. Good job. Beautiful. Big earned. Yeah, big earned. Absolutely. I hope you're doing well today. We're solving a murder. Alright, let's ask about the museum. Alright, let me provide a brief overview of the layout so you know what you're dealing with. Currently, we're standing in the museum's foyer, which has the only exterior doorway.
I love that I have a giant hammer. Hi, Twixie. Workity lurkity.
In the East Wing, we have the sculpture gallery featuring contemporary works. On the west side is where we display works of natural history with geological and pre-civilization origins. The central connecting exhibit is the courtyard just to the north of us now. Further north, we have antiquities, host to several artifacts and art pieces spanning global cultures and eras. On the second floor, there is only one unique gallery, fine art, typically canvas. Of course, as you investigate, you'll notice there are balconies that look down into a few of the first floor exhibits as well. I hope that's helpful, Detective, but you can always reference the brochure map if you get lost somehow. Very helpful, thank you.
Alright, I don't think I have any more questions for him. Alright, here's the guard. Hold on, let's look at what we got here. So we got the missing gemstone. Curator's primary and only concern was identifying the culprit behind the attempted heist of the incredibly valuable diamond from the museum's natural history exhibit. Goes without saying, I should start with investigating the actual crime scene. The murdered guest. Alongside the attempted heist, there was apparently a murder that took place. It didn't seem like the curator's primary concern, but it obviously can't be ignored. Meeting our suspects. Upon entering the museum, I was greeted by the curator who gave me an overview of the incident that occurred just hours earlier. Oh, wow. Wow, okay. We've got like a page for each person. The curator. Motive. Sell off the rare gemstone in an insurance fraud or embezzlement scheme. Prior to the incident, they were welcoming the museum guests into the museum. Actually, we'll read these later, because we're gonna need to figure that out. Someone's murdered, right? We'll get more words. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
Hey, hold it right there. Did you pay admission when you came in? Oh, got you good, didn't I? Little security joke is all. Always good to meet another agent of Lady Justice, Detective. What can I do for you? I'm hoping you can assist my investigate. Oh, absolutely. Anything you need at the drop of a hat. Just by answering a few questions for now, I need to be clear that even as the museum guard, you aren't exonerated here. Of course, I wouldn't have it any other way. Not only am I loyal to the law, I'm loyal to this museum, and the wrongs against it must be righted. Let's start with a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
About today's events.
You've got the green to go ahead, Detective.
Alright, what were you doing?
As per usual, I was hanging around the foyer having a little chat with the curator. When things are especially slow, I might take a walk around exhibits or get some fresh air, but I was feeling a little more lazy today.
Wait, didn't the curator say he's usually so busy?
No, boy, that doesn't sound too good, does it? I don't want you thinking I neglected my duties.
Duties.
Wild card, bitches! Yeah!
You know, I wonder if that wild card Hottie Wolf did it. Hey, welcome in. I hope you're doing well.
Thing is, nothing seemed weird. It was a totally normal morning, afternoon, and evening. I understand. So none of the guests acted strangely? We get all walks of life, and I do my best not to judge one way or another, eh? So, nah, not so much. And all things considered, this feels like poor circumstance to me, Detective. I see. Interesting. Why don't we discuss some more then? Absolutely, I'm an open book and full of pictures.
Lava Slug with 115 stream streak. My goodness. Thank you for being here. What happened?
Oh dear, where do I begin?
That's right.
The curator and I heard an argument upstairs. I was ready to go defuse the situation, but the curator was hoping it would solve itself. I don't quite understand it, but in my experience, artists tend to hold strong opinions, so I trusted the curator's judgment call for a moment. But I made my way into the courtyard when it heated up. The fight was upstairs though, so I just had to keep moving through. A few moments later, a gunshot shattered glass soon after, and I didn't skip a beat. Some habits die hard, I guess. Well, I got to Antiquities and found the guide, stopped in her tracks. Maybe I should have kept moving, but I had to make sure she was okay. It's admirable, at the very least. I'm sure she appreciated it. You're probably right, but I wasn't actually much help. Nothing I could say had her come to. I called for the curator since there was still the matter of what went down in natural history. I got there at about the same time as the podcaster, but she knew just as much as I did, and that wasn't much. The display case was already destroyed, so to save the diamond or the victim, I was too slow. Again. If there was anything left to do, it was call the police. Thankfully, the curator was already on the line, and things had mostly calmed down by then. I appreciate the thorough recollection. Let's move on to something else.
I think we're getting some gaps in the... We're getting some differences in story already.
Absolutely.
Personal questions.
10-4, good buddy.
So, tell me about yourself, hey?
Not much to brag about in that department, Detective. Well, what do you do in your free time? I like to keep up with various TV shows and movies, but don't we all? It's not very interesting. I read a whole bunch, too. Talk about boring.
He laughs heartily.
I don't think that's boring. Honestly, I wish I had the time for more of that kind of thing. I used to say the same thing, believe it or not. But if you don't make time to enjoy things, there won't be much of you left. Just a couple whiskers in a suit. I mean, let's stay on topic. Do you have any family? Friends? A couple of buddies from back in the day, but started to feel like we were worlds apart, you know? A wife at home, but no kids. She has some great friends. Long-time friends. And they call me friend. I'm alright with that. I understand. Let's continue on, yes? Absolutely.
Like saying absolutely in his voice. So what do you do?
Well, I keep the peace within these marble... Is that supposed to be marble? Marble walls! A much more manageable skill that I'm sure you deal with, detective. On the regular, sure, but for tonight, we have that in common. Ha! You got that right! As far as my day-to-day is concerned, we don't really get much commotion around here. Was there a time when disturbances were more typical? No, I guess not, but we had more people around overall, you see. Hey, if all else fails, maybe this whole debacle will get the museum some attention again. That'd really be something, huh? I suppose anything's possible. Why don't we discuss something else?
Does he have anything else here? What did you do before? Yeah, it seems like he's a cop or something.
I worked as a policeman for a while, but not as long as that was expected at the time. You certainly don't look like you've reached retirement age. Young for retirement, sure, but not that young. Most folks stay in the field for a long time. Wasn't for me, though. I grew up with police traumas and was big enough to deal with bullies, but... the concept of bullies is a bit more difficult when you're an adult. Nail on the head, detective. Don't get me wrong, there were times when it was very clear. But just not always. Even instances that were clear in the beginning became murky down the road, or in retrospect. Eventually parting ways with the force seemed like the best decision. I came to the conclusion sometime later. By that you mean it wasn't entirely your choice? Highly encouraged choice, perhaps. A tale that isn't too uncommon, I think.
Aw. Any additional details? About the alarm. Oh yeah, well, you see, the amazing thing is that it's real smart. It can tell who's who and do what it's gotta do. Real accurate, too.
Certainly there's some downside to it, no?
Ah, nail on the head, detective. When it was installed, they told us it was a little slow. It doesn't make mistakes because for a computer, it takes its time. Although for a person like you or me, that's still pretty dang fast. It just has to, I don't know, double check, I guess. It has a way of being selective, only locking down what's necessary and trying to minimize panic in a chaotic situation. Come to think of it, the actual sound of the alarm was supposed to be of the more severe stages of lockdown. The old guy who used to work on it could tell you more, but we've never seen it in action before today. Maybe try asking the curator.
I think I will. But until then, I have a few other things to discuss.
Actually, I don't think we do. Lovely meeting you, sir. The plaque reads, Semi-Colored Vase by Ai Weiwei.
Do you really think he dipped the vase in paint or just drizzled it on top? You know, I should have eaten before arriving to the scene.
This one is The Sheaf by Henry Mafleece.
I'm going to assume a sheaf is some sort of shrubbery. At the very least, a leafy plant of some kind.
This one is Gray on Blue by Mark Ratko.
The deeper meaning of this one is beyond me, but in a good way.
Oh look, here's the museum. Here's the diner one.
The plaque reads Nighthawks by Edward Hopper. What I would give to sit alone at the dustiest bar in town, just staring at a half-empty glass of the finest aged milk.
The plaque reads Water Off the Back of the Duck's Neck by Jean-Michel Basquiat.
An excellent and harrowing representation of the web-footed condition.
Here we have The Best Friend of Man by René Maupertuis.
A bowler hat, huh? Not many can make that work. Believe me, I've tried.
Gosh, look at this guy. The plaque reads Mille Orangatani by Konstantin Kranakusi.
The expression of this piece is just so complex. Notes of anger, hints of boredom, a dash of really need to itch my nose, and so many more. Oh my gosh. The elephant with the pearl earring. Calf with a pearl earring by Johannes Vermeerkat. You'd think the large ears would be distracting, but the earring still really draws the eye.
Plaque reads Vase with 15 Sunflowers by Vincent van Giraffo.
To think that he would go so far as to cut off one of his own ossicones. If only he knew how prolific his art would become.
Isn't that like their little antennas?
They're like, nothing little about them, how dare you?
Cause for alarm. While discussing the stolen jewel with the guard, he mentioned a state-of-the-art security system. While circumstantially poor, he was glad to know it actually worked. So far, we can't poke any holes. Create an unsolvable mystery, a perfect crime to promote the museum is our possible motive for the guard. Okay. So wait, where is the crime scene? Is there a way I could access the security system data? Maybe not, but it's worth looking into. Do I have any new questions for him? Never mind. I said I had a brochure. Oh, there it is. Oh my god, this is so cute. Currently featuring On the Essence of Color. They said it happened in natural history, right? Oh shit.
Alright, this definitely seems like the epicenter of our case. Looks like the victim there, lying on their back just south of a destroyed display case that stands exactly in the middle of the room. Several dotted blood spatters across the floor, along with a few pieces of what appears to be stone debris. Other artwork looks to be unaffected, and a witness at the scene. No shortage of places to start, so let's get to it.
You think you're too high for this game, but have fun, people. Have a good day. Go drink some water. The plaque reads, and then the Plateau Cavern painting, circa 6000 BC. Questions like, how could they possibly have transported this cave rock aren't even worth asking. Plaque reads, collection of ancestor tools discovered across multiple regions.
I wonder what the predecessors would think if they saw what we could carve from stone nowadays. They'd probably think all those sculptures in the other exhibit were wildly impractical.
The dinosaur. The plaque reads, mosquito preserved in amber, discovered in Southeast Asia.
Who knows what sort of horrible things this bug could be carrying. Ancient plagues, mind control curses, dinosaur theme parks.
I was hoping they'd make a Jurassic Park reference.
I suppose we should all consider ourselves lucky this wasn't the exhibit to break.
Alright, let's take a look.
Ugh, this has always been my least favorite part of the job. Victim presents male, likely mid-20s in age, 4 facial piercings and wearing a leather jacket. Initial signs show 2 impact wounds to the back of the head, and all things considered, minimal blood loss. And, nothing on his person. No wallet, keys, not even an ID. Poor guy. I'll figure out what happened here. Don't worry.
Okay, so that's it for him?
I'd rather not redo my examination if I can help it.
Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. What's this? The plaque reads Tyrannosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period.
Iconic dinosaur, but I much prefer the Stegosaurus. Even a Triceratops would rank higher, personally.
The plaque reads Amethyst geode sustainably sourced from Central Europe.
Mother Goose's creations have such unparalleled beauty.
I love that it says Mother Goose.
This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. What should I investigate here?
Let's look at the placard first. The plaque reads Optimus Diamond circa 1700.
Where could you be hiding, precious little stone?
Look at the pedestal. Broken case.
Seems like a classic smash and grab. There are stones strewn across the floor, so it's possible the thief used them to break the glass case. I'll put this statue chunk into evidence just in case I can learn anything from looking it over. Doesn't seem like there's any other incriminating details here, though. Never that easy anymore, is it?
Okay, so let's take a look at our evidence. Chunk of stone that was once part of the museum exhibit before being destroyed. A fragment of an art piece carved from stone and depicting the facial structure of an ancient species. It's believed that the largest versions were used as symbolic and ritualistic monuments. Despite their durability, there are not many still in existence, especially at this size. And now, unfortunately, there's one less. Will examining it closer provide any deeper insights into what happened? Let's see. Oh, what's that?
Oh, of course, I knew there was something else here. While it may have broken further in the fall, it was certainly destroyed prior. Assuming, at least, that this is the flattened tip of some ammunition. I wonder where the casing is hidden. Finding that could help me track down the murder weapon.
We're gonna talk to that little guy soon. Little gal, I should say. Plaque reads Spiritual Stone circa 1998.
Legends say you can time travel one whole dog year with these.
What is this? Oh, is that a tusk? Plaque reads Mammoth Tusks circa 3000 BC.
Imagine the size of the elephant folk attached to this.
The plaque reads Collection of ancestor skulls discovered across multiple regions.
There's so much about the ancient civilizations that we still don't know, and I guess we never will. It really makes you think, huh?
Podcaster. Hiya, detective. I just want to say it's like so awesome to meet a real, almost somewhat famous Philadelphian investigator in person. Oh, and I absolutely cannot wait to tell you all about my show. Would you be willing to do an interview?
I'm sorry, your show?
I'm a true crime podcaster. It's called Tales of the Dark and Desperate, and this episode is about to go hella viral.
Wait, are you recording right now?
No, I didn't bring my equipment. Ugh, what an absolute rookie mistake. Like 5 listeners an episode level amateur. By the way, you should seriously subscribe. You have your phone on you, right? Just let me look myself up and hit the button quick. No big deal.
I actually don't keep a mobile phone on me. Personal technology would be a distraction at the crime scene.
Oh, that is actually so sad.
Okay, we have things to discuss. Let's stay on topic, please.
Like, whatever you need, detective.
Ask about today's events first.
For sure, for sure.
Alright, what were you doing?
I was mostly just wandering around, but when I got to the courtyard, I saw the Taurus had this dope retro camera.
We were just kind of going back and forth on old school photography techniques. Stuff like that was huge on Finstagram a couple years ago. Then we got interrupted by that argument. He handed me the camera while he tried to break it up from down here, but they weren't interested in listening.
I see. I assume you gave the camera back to him at some point, yes?
Oh, yeah, for sure, but not right away because things started really getting out of control.
Oh, in that case, I've got a couple more questions for you.
Like, whatever you need, detective. Alright, what happened? Oh my gosh, I remember it so vividly. If only I was recording. My audience really likes authentic audio. Ugh, that gunshot would get me so many upvotes. Blammo! That's when things really popped off, you know? I couldn't really see much up there though, and when the guard ran through, he and the tourists were so frantically scattered, I like pretty much tuned them out. Besides, we all heard glass break in the next room over, and I needed to get a first-hand account of things. Fame isn't for the fawn-hearted, detective. I ran from the courtyard and saw the punk lying there. It seemed like he fell from the balcony. I rushed over to check on him, but he was so dead.
And what of the diamond?
It was already gone. I explained that to the guard when he came in, then I guess he went off to go search for it someplace else. I figured with the alarm going off, I wouldn't be able to leave anyway, so I just sat tight and waited in here.
Okay. I think I have some follow-up questions.
Like, whatever you need. Do you have any more for today? About the guard.
He said you both entered the exhibit simultaneously, but this contradicts your testimony. Why the inconsistency?
I don't know what you want me to say, detective. I, told you everything I know already. I came in, saw the diamond was gone, took a quick look over the body, and the guard came running in after. If I was gonna lie, wouldn't it make more sense for me to agree with the guard? I'm admitting to having no witnesses.
Huh, I suppose you're right.
I'm still suspicious of her now.
So the diamond was really missing when you arrived?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'll ask some different questions then.
Additional details. Only if you subscribe. Just kidding. About the victim.
You mentioned he had already fallen from the balcony above. Did you do any closer examination than that?
Why do you ask?
Thing is, he didn't have anything on him. Not even a wallet, no ID. Doesn't that seem strange to you?
Oh, detective, that's because I, gathered them for you ahead of time so you wouldn't miss anything.
Is that so? Tampering with a crime scene can be a serious offense, you know.
But it wasn't tampering. It was assisting. I know about standard procedures, so I just, went ahead and did it for you.
That's all it was, huh? Lying to an authority of the law is also quite an offense.
Okay. I took his stuff because it would have been amazing promo material. You can't blame me for trying to fabricate a viral sensation, detective. And besides, what if he had been stabbed and I needed to stop the bleeding?
That logic doesn't even... You know what? I've got other things to discuss with you, and then I'll be on my way.
Whatever you need. Alright, let's ask her about herself now. Oh, totally. Alright, tell me about who you are. Oh, come on, detective. I told you about my podcast. Are you saying you didn't go and read my bio? If you're not a big reader, watch my daily vlog. That'll give you the general vibe. Well, it was gonna be daily, then it was weekly, but now I just kind of post whenever. The last one is pretty old, so it'll be out of date, but you...
Apologies, but I'm not going to watch your vlog, so please, if you could provide a brief answer to the question, that would be appreciated.
Ugh, rude. The least you could do is submit your questions to my word vlog. You can do it anonymously if you want.
I'm sorry, but this isn't a vlog, just a video blog, so a word vlog is a normal blog. Actually, never mind. I've learned plenty. Let's change topics.
Like, whatever. Okay, what do you do, I mean, besides your podcast? I have a true crime podcast called Tales of Dark and Desperate, so make sure to totally obliterate the subscribe button so you don't miss an episode. Wait, haven't I told you about this already, Detective?
You have. I was asking more about what you do in a professional sense.
Are you trying to say that what I do isn't professional enough? Ha! Gotcha! Oof, too easy, Detective. I work at a coffee shop, but that's like so boring. Punch in, punch out, you know how it is. But after this episode absolutely pops off, I'm gonna quit so fast. Or at least like quiet quit. I still need health insurance or whatever. Too real.
Of course. Why don't we talk about something else now?
About true crime.
You have quite a passionate interest. Why is that?
Oh, I know a trick question when I hear one, Detective. Of course I love crime. Crime solving.
Crime solving? Do you have a background in criminology?
That sounds like a question I can only answer behind the paywall. Did you know you can unlock great perks like this on my Patreon?
That won't be necessary. By the long paw of the law, let's stay on topic.
The long paw of the law. Well, you know, true crime is trendy, so that was a good start. But then, I don't know, it was genuinely fascinating. In all honesty, I'm pretty normal, and my life has been, like, pretty easy. There's people out there that have definitely not had it easy. Trying to step into the shoes of a criminal is one thing, but thinking about everyone around them, that's different. It's just easy to think this wouldn't happen to me until it does. True crime lets you really reflect on unrealistic situations that are very real.
That's actually quite insightful.
If you want to know more, make sure to wickedly whack that follow. Wickedly whack!
Yes, that. There's another question I have for you.
Like, whatever you need. I think we're done now. Thanks, girl. One current attendee is a true crime enthusiast, a podcaster, just as eccentric as they are suspicious. I'm suspicious of everyone. We have a contradiction here.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. I could give him the benefit of the doubt, but by the podcaster's account, this just doesn't line up. I can't think of an obvious reason he would lie, but it would be best if I asked him directly.
Oh, wrong way. The plaque reads, collection of pinned butterflies, originally researched in North America.
I much prefer my butterflies unpinned and flying.
Plaque reads, collection of pinned beetles, originally researched in Eastern Asia.
I'd rather not look at this too long.
Alright, what do you have to say for yourself, sir? Oh, I already lost his voice.
Aye, detective, what can I do for you?
There we go.
Let's start with a few questions if you wouldn't mind.
About the podcaster.
You saw her in the natural history exhibit. Did you suspect she could have stolen it then? Initially I did, yes, but she was quick to explain herself and it all made sense to me. She told me she'd come from the courtyard just a moment prior in response to the sound of breaking glass and a loud thud. That would have been the gemstone being stolen and the victim fallen from above. Considering the timeline, there wasn't much she could have gotten up to. I hate to break it to you, but she did have a few moments before you arrived. Not enough to steal the jewel, of course, but she did steal the victim's belongings. Oh no, you don't say! Oh man, I knew I should have been more strict with her. I was just so concerned with calling the police and getting things under control. While your motives were understandable, this could have been avoided with a bit more diligence. Yeah, sounds familiar, Detective. I'm sorry about that. And thankful you're setting things right. I'm working on it, at least. Let's run through a few more questions.
Okay, I don't think I have any more now. The flattened tip of a fired bullet, found lodged within the broken stone pieces of a museum exhibit, this crushed bullet tip has no signifying features other than its caliber. Considering the size, our most likely conclusion is that it was fired from a pistol, impacted the art piece, and destroyed it. It's yet unclear if that was the intended target and where it was shot from. We also now have the victim's belongings. A small collection of items that once belonged to the victim prior to his demise. Requisitioned from the podcaster, it's a fairly normal set of possessions, including a receipt for admission to the museum, a business card, and a bottle of medication. If I want to learn more, I should start by closely examining what I have, then ask around for any other insights from the various guests. The business card advertises a true crime podcast, presumably given to the victim by the podcaster. Are those the pills? Available to listen to on Pair Podcasts, The Dolly, Goose Girl Podcasts, Podcast Crack. See what this museum's got on it.
Oh, of course, I knew there was something else here. This receipt. Why would he have paid twice? As far as I'm aware, he didn't come in with anyone, right? Since I can't question him directly, I'll have to ask around some more.
This one stole, right? Led by the blank, the museum staff. Fill in some of this. Also, led by the curator. That's what that one is. Museum staff also included the loyal guard and the knowledgeable something else. Eccentric podcaster, maybe? Someone stole the gemstone. Okay. Where do we want to go? The plaque reads, Portrait of Adele Blackbear by Gustav Klink.
Oh gosh, this one kinda hurts my eyes.
Plaque reads, The Creation of Fido by Michael Flamangelo. Like a flamingo.
Considering the artist could fly, the chapel paintings he did are a bit less impressive.
Because he was a flamingo.
The plaque reads, Merlinks Diptych by Andy Warthog. My mom was always such a fan of Merlinks. On special occasions, she would even get spots painted onto her fur.
That's funny. The plaque reads, Wolf Above the Sea of Fog by Caspar Darwin Frogrich.
Such a mysterious figure. What is he contemplating? What tortures his melodramatic soul? I long to know.
Another vent there. Oh, look, the morn. Where's Dell? The plaque reads, The Mayor Lisa by Leonardo da Viper.
I don't want a promise. I want Arsene Lupus here as a prisoner with handcuffs on him in a week. Oh, I love that old movie. One of the few our feline family had, and I loved every minute of it.
Plaque reads, Two Deers Within Me by Frida Kahlo.
I never knew deerfolk could do something like this, anatomically. Oh no, wait, it's symbolic. That's on me.
Oh, there's blood up here. Plaque reads, The Hatching of Venus by Sandro Bonobocelli. Oh, these puns are so good.
The legend says that she was born from a giant scallop's shell, but for avian folk, I suppose that's not terribly far off from the typical egg.
It's also crooked.
Another shocking aspect to the case unfolding in front of us. This is where the blood trail begins, considering the impact on the wall. If this is where the two guests fought, that impact is likely a result. And with enough force, that would explain the crooked painting. Whatever happened, it's clear the conflict continued onward, but I'll have to keep investigating to learn more.
What was hanging from that? Oh, it's just swinging. Okay. Oh, it's lighting them up. That's cool. Plaque reads The Tower of Bleetail by Peter Brugoat.
Mother Goose may have struck the tower as it reached the sky, and yet upon our earthly wings we fly.
Plaque reads Composition 7 by Vasily Kangarinsky.
He's the only artist that can perfectly capture the mystique of a grand piano falling from the window and onto the sidewalk.
Plaque reads La Lapine by Edouard Degas.
Wow, they can really dance.
Plaque reads American Dairy by Grant Woodpecker.
As a city-dwelling feline, I never fancied the life of a barn cat, and considering the expression on their faces, I'm not missing much.
Oh dear.
This is clearly important to our case, so what should I investigate?
The exhibit placard. The placard reads Miniature Maui statue circa 1300.
Another victim in this odd culmination of crimes, unfortunately.
Crime scene.
The blood trail leads here and over the edge of the balcony. It's dashed across the exhibit podium as well. The podium looks like it's been pushed askew as well, and the art piece is missing. Stanchions are unlatched, presumably by force, considering the perilous angle. The victim is visible, lying on the floor below. They were likely disoriented and stumbled backwards to their demise. That's all there is to find here, for now at least.
Plaque reads Tylosaurus skeleton of the Cretaceous period.
It's because of terrifying creatures like this that I'll never go into the ocean. No, it's not about all that water, so don't even ask.
Oh my god, what is this statue? The plaque reads Tauros figurine discovered in Northern Europe and Asia.
Am I blushing? I feel like I'm blushing.
The plaque reads, Our solar system for illustrative purposes only, not to scale.
If this really was built to scale, Jupiter would probably be on the other side of town. Way past my office, I bet.
Plaque reads, Pteranodon skeleton of the Cretaceous period.
You're trying to tell me this isn't a pterodactyl? What next? They had feathers? Ridiculous.
Plaque reads, ammonoid fossil discovered in northern Europe.
Ah yes, the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, logarithmic spiral, Lord helix, a universal constant immortalized in stone.
Okay. Knocked over stanchions and crooked exhibits make it seem like the victim likely fell from above the scene. I wonder if we can ask the curator if he came in with more than one person. Motive. Create a viral-worthy episode of a true crime podcast by committing an actual crime. The punk. He entered the museum alone and began touring the various exhibits, starting in the natural history exhibit. Evidence would be the admission receipt.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. As far as I can tell, he did enter alone, but with one extra detail. He paid enough admission for two. Anyone would assume this is just an act of kindness, but can we claim that for certain?
He entered the museum alone, but paid admission for two, then began touring the various exhibits. Disoriented, the punk backpedaled toward the balcony of the natural history exhibit, and then over the edge. The fall was fatal. Alright, let's go meet more people. There's a bear down there. Or no, a little boar. That's the tourist. Oh, who are these guys? We're in the fine art exhibit. The plaque reads The Water Lily Pond by Claude Monet.
Reminds me of my days as a kitten, when love was in the air. Oh, how I miss you.
The old timer.
Hello?
Yes, hello, I'm the...
Yeah, I know who you are.
Fantastic, then let's get started. Well, I'm waiting on you. Get started. Then I'll finally get to go home. Standing on these floors is killer for an old-timer like me. There's a bench just over there if you... I don't need a seat! You think I need some handout from you? Do you know who I am? I didn't mean to offend, I just... Look, detective, get to the interrogation or do whatever you have to do so I can get out of here. Fine. Yes, a wonderful idea. Let's do just that. Ugh, how much longer is this gonna take?
About today.
Yeah, get on with it.
Alright, what were you doing?
Am I outspoken, detective? Are you answering my question with a question? The answer is no. I am resolute, firm in my opinions because I know they're correct. I still have yet to see how this answer... There I was, with the critic. We were looking over various pieces in the sculpture gallery. The critic wanted to discuss with the guide, so I let them be. Made my way upstairs into fine art. That's when I saw 'em. All these disgraceful misuses of canvas, and the punk that followed soon after looking for a fight. He must have seen me wrinkle my nose at some painting, and well, he didn't know what tree he was barking up. And what tree was that? An old wizened willow, detective. One that weeps for the way things used to be. Intriguing, to say the least. I believe I have some more questions then. Ugh! How much longer is this gonna take?
What happened?
Of course, I remember it like it was yesterday. Because it was today. Ha! I gotcha, didn't I, detective? In fact, it was about an hour ago. How could I forget that? I'm old, but I ain't that old. That punk wanted to yank my tail, but when I barked back, he must have got scared. Pulled a gun on me. Always knew I had some bite left, and we got into a real scuffle. Took us out onto the courtyard balcony. He threw me into a wall. I swung back at him. He tried to take me out, but his aim was bad. Missed by a mile. Must have been new to it too. The kickback gave me a chance to disarm him, and then he ran off. The critic came to check on me soon after. I told him I was fine. Unscathed, in fact. And the alarm went off, but I didn't have anything to do with that. Well, I'm glad you're all right. Let's discuss something else. This some kind of interview? Huh.
Who are you?
Ah, you really have to ask, huh? Tells me everything I need to know about you, Detective. Well, in this case, I am the one who needs to know, so why don't you answer the question anyway? I'm a retiree of the art world, from back when folks respected the craft. I saw success beyond my wildest dreams. I was in galleries, exhibitions, auctions for rates higher than you or your kittens would see in an entire lifetime. Point is, I was at the top, and I wasn't making way for nobody. You had to be cutthroat back then. Don't even get me started on all this crowdfunding. Sir, I don't think... for what reason did you step down from such a high pedestal? Couldn't keep up. Is that what you want to hear? My hands started going first, and then, well, I quit while I was ahead. I see. Well, then let's change the topic.
Okay, what do you do now?
What kind of question is that? Are you one of them half-rate gumshoes, Detective? That's an offense to... In my advanced age, I don't do much of anything, and with my advanced wealth, I don't have to. That's what it means to be retired, not that you would know. I might do some consulting from time to time or attend an event, but that's all chase and tail. That's for the young pups. After everything I've given to the art world, I'd keep on giving. What do you think about that, huh? Good for you. You wouldn't get it. So maybe start asking some questions with answers you can actually use. What a fantastic idea. Let's do just that.
About the museum.
What about it? Despite a few amateur missteps, it's a respectable institution. And what would you consider a misstep? Don't get me started on how much modern garbage they have on display here. I understand art can't be entirely without business, but there are lines you just don't cross. And betraying the greats by hanging their prestigious pieces next to these finger painters? Oh, that's across the line. Did you ever have any of your pieces on display here in the museum? Oof! That's a leading question, Detective. Don't believe for a second I don't see what you're trying to do. If you must know, even at my peak, no. The curator refused to exhibit any of my works. I had plenty of other exhibitions, and we've always been on good terms. I don't hold it against them. So don't leave this conversation thinking I've got some sort of vendetta. That would be a ridiculous notion, wouldn't it? Maybe I should ask a different question instead.
Okay, we're done for now. The plaque reads, Head of a Sheep by Pablo Picassoeri. The dichotomy of ram and ooh inside us all. It's exquisite. The plaque reads, The Temptation of Saint Bernard by Salva Border Collie. Oh, that's a good one. That's a real good one.
What was it about very tall elephants potentially stomping on him that was so tempting for Saint Bernard? Actually, I think I get it.
The plaque reads Lake Contours, Hakon by Hero Sheep.
I hope to see the other 52 works by this artist someday. A bit strange they would be split up the collection at all, honestly.
Oh, this gator, oh my god. Plaque reads Man's Best Buddies by Keith Haring.
Look at these two normal friends with no implications at all. Yeah, right. I'd need to have catnip for brains to think something that outrageous.
Oh my gosh, they have a Banksy. The plaque reads Mostly Grey Kana by Georgia O'Beef.
Something about this seems mildly inappropriate.
The plaque reads Love is in the Litter by Banksby. Banksby.
Art isn't in the paper or the paint. It's in the little shredder inside the frame, I think.
Composition with dark gray, lighter gray, white, and yellow by Piet Mandrial.
Some might argue that this, in its simplicity, isn't real art. And I am not some people.
Initial investigations have presented quite the complex crime scene, including the victim, a broken display case, several large stone pieces, and one first-hand witness. I've taken the old-timer's initial statement, which included arguments and altercations he had with the victim. They weren't the most forthcoming, so I should assume there's plenty of details conveniently omitted. In attendance tonight is the old-timer, prestigious artist of eras past, and not one for a great first impression. It seems the thief took destructive measures to steal the jewel. Or did they? Guests of the museum did recall hearing an alarm, but I should continue to learn more. In the fine art gallery, the punk provoked the old-timer with an incendiary comment about plastical art, inciting their argument. When the old-timer pressed the punk further in an attempt to get him back off, the punk brandished a gun. Physical altercation then broke out between them, leading them onto the courtyard balcony where the punk slammed the old-timer into the wall. Nobody's caused problem, or they haven't disputed each other yet. Those might be right. As well as the distinguished. I guess bitter might be this one. The bitter old-timer.
Well, I say, what matter of drab fashion is approaching me? I'm the detective sent to investigate this series of unfortunate incidents. Heavens, you should speak to your department about acquiring better uniforms. This is not a uniform. It's just one of my suits. Are you to imply that these are your actual clothes that you purchased with money? Willingly? I would appreciate if we could get to the questioning now, please.
Bitter old-timer, you called? Hello, Bella. Bella cosplaying as if she was 90. How you doing today?
Huh. Oh, relax. I'm a bit of a critic, but I'll do my best not to get in your way. I'll likely take a few jabs at you, though. How could I not? With those shoulder pads? Huh. What? But no, seriously, I'm on your side here. Don't worry about it. You know, let's just get started, shall we? If you must, don't let me stop you.
About today's events. You're good. Going to eat and take a nap. Hell yeah.
I'll give you this one for free, Detective.
What were you doing?
As you do in a museum, I was taking my jolly good time looking over the many exhibits alongside the old-timer. When we made our way into the sculpture gallery, I decided to strike up a conversation with the guide. Of course, I can't resist an expert discussion. The old-timer has far less patience for that sort of gallivanting, so he took off upstairs. Perhaps I shouldn't have let him go off on his own. I don't know what it was they argued about, but it must have struck a nerve. I think that's when our evening started to go south. Is that so? I've got more questions then. Well, if you must, don't let me stop you.
What happened?
Well, there isn't too much for me to say on the topic, but I suppose it began with the old-timer's argument upstairs. It sounded like he was in the fine art gallery. I started moving that way, but when I was just about there, I heard a blunt slam. I had hoped that the argument didn't turn violent, but I was quickly losing faith in that theory. Before I knew it, there was that wretched bang. A gunshot, with glass shattering not long after. I was concerned for the well-being of the old-timer, so I continued outward toward the balcony after him. By then, the brawl had concluded. The old-timer was clearly worn out. He was breathing heavily and had a couple scrapes, but he seemed okay. I shuffled him back into the fine art gallery and tried to ignore the rest of the cacophony below. It calmed down soon after, and now you're here. Yes, here I am. Why don't we continue that investigation, shall we? Well, if you must, don't let me stop you.
Oh, is there more for today's events? About the old-timer.
I've taken down both of your testimonies, but there's a specific detail here that doesn't line up. The old-timer claimed he came away from the brawl entirely unscathed, but that's not accurate to your remarks. Why? This might be the easiest explanation you received today, Detective. Are you familiar with fragile masculinity? We've known each other for a long, long time, and when I say he's improved, I mean it, but there are still things that get under his fur. Whether this helps or hinders your perception of his motives, I doubt he even second-guessed a lie like that. You speak as if you know him quite well. Intimately, some would say. Understood. I think I have some other inquiries to make before I move on.
Personal questions.
Usually I charge for this sort of service.
Who are you?
Well, I'm a collector. I'm a connoisseur. Some would call me a cultural innovator. But that title is just far too garish, even if it is entirely true. And this is what brought you to the museum today? There are wonderful pieces here that I would love to call my own, but no, I'm not making any purchases. My accountant wouldn't like that very much. Correct me if I'm wrong, but exhibits at a museum aren't usually for sale. Ha! Spoken like a true member of the middle class. Everything is for sale when you have enough money. Am I to assume this applies to you? Well, I've written for the most prestigious organizations. These scales have rubbed against the best of them. You should consider yourself blessed. I'm not more offended that you would even ask who I am. Then why don't I ask a different question instead? Well, if you must, don't let me stop you.
Do you have family?
A traditional family? No. But I have someone close to me, if that's what you mean. Would you not consider them family? Well, I would. But that partnership was founded in a different time, and unfortunately there are still many similarities between now and then. Besides, when you've become larger than yourself and people believe you're only how they sculpted you, there's a lot to lose if you betray their perception. If I'm to interpret your meaning, isn't the artistic industry quite progressive? For an artist at his easel, yes. For a writer at her typewriter, yes. For a musician with their instrument, yes. But for any of them with the need to live, to eat, to succeed, they must be ruled by money. And the people with money, money far above even my station, they do not understand the meaning of progress. So no, I suppose I don't have much family. Most of us can't afford to. I'm sorry to hear that. Would you mind if I asked another question?
Alright, let's ask about the museum.
Why did you decide to visit it today? Oh, the curator practically begged me to come and write about it in one of my columns. I visited before, many years ago, and the article I wrote back then was an unbelievable success. Although, considering the terrible fate before us, I don't know that anything I write will speak highly enough. You mean the murder-turned-museum heist? Is that it? Ha! No, detective. I'm talking about the irrelevancy. And worse yet, the curator has resorted to committing the cardinal sin, the display of counterfeit art. Oh, it's just painful. What do you mean? That would be quite the accusation. They're duplicates. Simple as that. How else could one acquire such a diverse catalogue? In fact, I've already noticed two. And well, when there's two, there must be a third. That's just proper writing, detective. Right, well then let's carry on, yes?
Okay, we're done with him. And we're coming up on that 2-hour mark. So we're gonna take this time to take a break real quick. Get up, stretch my legs, go refill my water because this is a lot of reading. Please take this time to take a break as well, especially if you've been sitting here with us the whole time. When we come back in about 10 minutes, we will have some more Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery on the menu. So I hope you're having fun, and I'll see you soon. When you put it that way, procrastinating since you started sounds bad. I am passing along no judgment. I'll see you soon. Okay. Thank y'all for waiting. Let's get back to some more Feline Forensics. Shout out to Game Chops for the music. If you like what you heard while you're waiting, there you go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ta-da. Okay. Thank y'all. We ready for more mystery solving? Snooty and self-indulgent, the critic and the old-timer are quite the duo. It seems they're in attendance together. Upon presumably subdued, the old-timer retreated back into the fine art gallery where he assured the critic that he was perfectly unharmed.
Ah, I see. That makes sense. It's no surprise that the old-timer would want to keep up his manly image. But as we can tell from what the critic told us, even the old-timer was a little shaken following his bout with the punk.
Do we need to bring it up to him? Oh, shoot. Okay, what we got down here? Uh-oh, did we confuse the game? My jagged back and forth nature. And this is what we call the Sasare special, where she breaks your game for the low, low price of a game key. Oh, let's close that and reopen. Whoops. Step cats. All right, let's continue. Ring, ring. Who is it? The plaque reads Nataraja, circa 900. I remember visiting some distant family when I was a kitten. My father took me to a temple with a statue like this. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Oh. Plaque reads Corinthian black spotted pottery, circa 600 BC. The Greeks truly had a way of life. Very smelly, I'm sure, but also very sophisticated. The plaque reads Rabbits of the Court in the Garden, circa 1700. It's like I can hear the cicadas buzzing all around me and the clunking of that little bamboo fountain thing, too. Oh, whoa, nice. Plaque reads Terracotta Tiger, circa 210 BC. This is just one warrior immortalized in clay, but historians believe over 8,000 exist. I watched a documentary that was very educational, until they said they'd wake up and take over the planet for their alien overlords. Oh my gosh. The plaque reads Apophilo Belvedere, circa 130.
Statue depicts him as a horse, a classic example of trying to erase his true oxen heritage. Rug of crystal trading post, circa 1900. Entirely handmade, and still so intricate. A real artistic marvel. Frog! The plaque reads, Statue of a small Horus, circa 3000 BC. A classic depiction of my favorite avian god, just very tiny. The plaque reads, Ceremonial Mask, circa 1880. While it's nice to see the representation, it does beg the question of why all these cultural monuments are stuck in a Philadelphian museum. The plaque reads, Sarcophagus of Mututankhamun. Mututankhamun, circa 1325 BC. Despite being the youngest puppy pharaoh, he was still a big cat fan. Who could blame him? Alright, Frog, you're very cute. Please don't be the criminal. The artist.
Greetings.
Hello, I'm the detective tending to this case.
I am aware of this. You're from Feline Forensics?
Yes, I am. Good, you're familiar. Do you mind?
You may. Ask me a few questions, that is.
First of all, how did you know about me? Was it the tie? I tried to go with something more neutral, professional, insightful even. Maybe it's my suit. The shoulders are very padded. Is it the suit? Too private eye?
It was not the tie, detective.
So... it was the suit?
It was also not the suit. I'm just aware of you, generally speaking. Good marketing, perhaps. Yet besides, I simply prefer to be aware. An artist must observe the world.
I hope that proves useful. Let's begin.
Whatever it takes, detective.
About today's events.
I remember them well.
What were you doing?
I hate to break it to you, but my prior behavior has little impact on the case. I was just wandering around the various exhibits observing. Specifically, I was counting the bones of those hanging skeletons from the Natural History exhibit's balcony. Then again, I did spend some time on the courtyard balcony as well, mesmerized by the pendulum's colorful sway. Considering my proximity to the fine art gallery, I overheard the argument as it began, and I departed the upper floor.
I've got that all written down now, so thank you. Allow me to ask another question. Why are dwarfs laughing while playing football? Because the grass is tingling their eggs. Wow. You bought Subnautica 2 with your Mother's Day money. Aw, fun. I hope you have fun. It looks really good. I was watching Spantifical play it earlier. It being able to be multiplayer is very appealing. Got Mother's Day money. Well, yeah, Prismatic is a mother. Sometimes you don't know what to gift them, and you just give them money. Mothers get money on that day. Well, it depends on the family. About today's events. What happened?
Well, certainly. It all began with an argument, but I was nearby and didn't want to get involved. By the time I made it to the lower courtyard, I heard the gunshot. Naturally, I attempted to make my way out of the museum entirely, but the guard came hastily through the room and bumped into me. I eventually got through, made my way to the foyer. Unfortunately, the door was already locked down. I imagine it was a result of the alarm being tripped. The museum has a sophisticated security system, it seems.
And there wasn't anyone else around?
Initially, no, but when the tourist arrived from behind me, I told them we were stuck. Even when the curator came back, they refused to open the door.
The Taurus passionately opposed their decisions, but eventually stood down. We waited at our respective exhibits until you came. Thank you for the detailed recount. Let's discuss something else.
That's why early birthday. You can't logic with fat brows. Don't even try.
I will provide answers, Detective.
Alright, who are you, sir?
I regret to inform you, Detective, who I am is not important. I am unimportant. In the grand scheme of things, as it pertains to the situation around us, those details will not bring you closer to case closed. Then why don't you humor me? As if I were asking a stranger, not the detective. I'm a washed-up failure of a creative amphibian. No. As soon as I had my hands, my parents couldn't keep enough paper in the house. I'd hoard every marker and paint I could find. Clay was my best friend. My imagination was insatiable, so I didn't have time for anyone or anything else. That doesn't sound like a failure to me. Insatiable may beget experience, but it does not equate to talent. Is that a sufficient answer, Detective? Oh. Indeed. I hope you don't mind answering some other questions for me.
What do you do?
Since my art career became an artifact of the past, I've found myself in several professions. Nowadays, I work under a contract agency. They have me doing temporary work placements. Many placements are undesirable, unfortunately, but it pays the bills, and I can keep a fair bit of time to myself. Do you still create art in that time? Yes. I don't believe I could ever truly give it up, but my inspiration strikes less frequently. That's why I decided to come to the museum today. And did you find something inspiring? I believe I have, but time will tell. The paint must dry, as they say.
Yeah, why are you covered in paint?
They do say that, don't they? On to the next question, then.
About all that paint.
I'm sure you're aware, but why are you so covered in it? This is my favorite coat. Are you suggesting that because I got some paint on it that suddenly it means it can no longer be a coat? It was a bit cold today. I needed to wear a coat. I am not warm-blooded, Detective. Do you want me to be cold? I didn't say that, no. Besides, it makes the coat more unique. No one in the whole world has this coat but me. I could see the allure in something like that. Would you say you strive to stand out? I think most people do, myself included, and yet I frequently feel invisible. It's as if people just don't see me, even if I'm standing right there. It makes one feel quite lonely, to say the least. Forgotten. My apologies, I believe I've strayed from your inquiry. Don't worry about it, not at all. Shall we discuss another topic?
Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, we played this demo. I can't remember if it was the last Next Fest or the one prior. Already stretched. Jeez, Fabrouse. Okay. About the guard.
When I collected his witness testimony, he neglected to mention anything about bumping into you in the courtyard. That does not surprise me, Detective. Don't you remember what I said before? Even with all this paint, people just don't see me. You did say that, huh? I suppose I didn't quite grasp the severity of it.
Then you must stretch more. It keeps you healthy. And yet, when I tell you to take a break, you sass me. Fabrouse, Fabrouse, Fabrouse.
That's not uncommon either, I assure you. If you have any doubts about my honesty in the situation, I can present my perspective in greater detail. I don't think that'll be necessary. Your testimony is entirely plausible, especially considering the frantic nature of tonight's events. I think I'll move on to some other inquiries for now.
Okay, we're going to him for now. Let's see. Oh, the knowledgeable guide, right? Do we have that yet? No. Would we say the distinguished critic? The anxious frog, maybe? Well, artist. You can do everything while playing. Wow. I don't think you should do everything while playing, but... Oh, look at this bunny! And a mouse. The plaque reads, Balloon Dog by Jeff Raccoons. I shouldn't get too close. I was never declawed. Plaque reads, Gourd by Yayoi Kuswana. I've never been a big gourd fan. Are they supposed to look this diseased? Oh, gourd. Plaque reads Metal Angles by an unknown artist. This looks like they dropped a bunch of cutlery in a garbage disposal, and that is a compliment. Plaque reads Petals of Metal, circa 1900. An old friend from New Pork City has something like this hanging in his flat. It looked a bit tacky there, too. There's a bunch of TVs here. Plaque reads Nostalgia on Cathode Ray Tube by Hayao Miyazebra. Hey, I get that reference. Oh, I know that one, too. Wait, and that one. These are so cute. Yeah. Gross. The plaque reads Mamani Longlegs by Louise Bourgeois. Even small and behind glass, I can feel my fur standing straight up. Vertical Constellation with Blob by Alexander Calamander. Oh, I see it. It's a whale. Or is it a lion? Maybe a... Actually, yeah, I don't see anything. In Pursuit of Wings by unknown artist. How much of ourselves we relinquish in pursuit of our desires. Oh, I know this plight well, don't I? Pike reads Gold Blindfold on Marble Bust by an unknown artist. A man with golden eyes. Is this a reference to that spy thriller? I'm Babond. James Babond. What a classic. Oh my god. Pike reads Stone Swirl by unknown artist. I could see why they wanted to be left anonymous. Somewhat Patterned Ceramic Squares by Kaiser Swidswan. This reminds me of a game I played as a kitten, with the timer and the blocks. You know what? Not important. Talk to this little mouse, the student.
Hello?
Greetings, I'm the detective from Feline Forensics.
Well, don't let me get in your way.
This is the anxious one.
Oh, I'm actually here for you?
What? I'm innocent, I swear.
I mean, I'm here to talk to you. Some simple questions, really. There's no need to be so nervous. Unless you have a reason to be nervous.
I'm innocent, I swear.
Oh no, I was just making a joke, trying to break the tension. I've been told I'm very dry, so please accept my apologies.
It's okay, I accept. Thank you for questioning me, and please go about your duties. I will stay out of your way.
I appreciate that, thank you. If I have any more... Wait, I haven't asked any questions yet.
Oh, rats, I didn't think you'd realize. Fine, go ahead.
Wow.
Is that important? I don't think it is. Let's not do that.
What are you doing?
How How far back should I go? I came in a few hours ago and started going through a few exhibits.
You can skip ahead slightly.
Right, of course, totally. Well, I got to the Natural History exhibit after a bit and started admiring all the artwork there. I could overhear what sounded kinda like an argument. I didn't give it much thought, minding my own business, but it started to get more intense. It didn't take long to realize it had escalated further than it should have. Everything spun out of control from there.
I see. We should go over those details as well.
Oh, okay, Detective, if you say so.
Alright, what happened?
I couldn't tell what it was about, but I heard the argument upstairs was beginning to get physical. Bad things just kinda happen randomly nowadays, and better not to take any chances, you know? I got to the foyer, but that's when my suspicions were solidified. The sound of a gunshot. I pounced towards the door, and as I reached for the handle, the place went into total lockdown. I was scared, Detective. I felt cornered, trapped. I did the only thing I could think of. I retreated into the sculpture gallery to hide until things calmed down. I almost knocked over one of the sculptures in my haste. Thankfully, it wasn't too long until everything seemed under control again.
As in control as it could be, I suppose. Let's change the topic, alright? Which sculpture did they almost knock down?
Okay, Detective, if you say so. I hate talking about myself. We really shouldn't.
Who are you?
Oh, you don't care about that, Detective. I'm just a little mouse. Nothing special. And like I said, also super innocent.
The more you say you're innocent, little mouse, the less I believe it.
I'm sure you are. So you wouldn't mind if I searched your backpack, for instance?
Why would you need to do that? I haven't stolen anything and put it in my backpack if that's what you think.
Well, I wasn't thinking that, but now I am.
I was just kidding again. Why did you come to the museum today?
I came here for a date, okay? And they stood me up. Is that what you want me to say? Aw, don't you know how hard it is these days with the apps and the mixers and the socializing and the being attractive? Not to mention the texting and the flirting and the leaving the house. Oh, don't get me started on having to go outside. It's dreadful, Detective. It's terrible. The only silver lining is that you can find places like this that are free to get stood up. Oh, imagine having to pay for that type of embarrassment.
Wait. Actually, never mind. My apologies. I'm sure there's another topic we can discuss instead.
Oh, okay, Detective, if you say so.
Wait, right. This place isn't free.
What do you do?
As in, what do you do for work? How do you make a living?
I don't really make a living. I'm kinda unmaking a living, getting further and further into debt. Couldn't you tell from my distinct lack of sleep? I'm a student.
Oh, I see. What are you studying?
Game design? For the creativity of it, you know, and obviously the money. There's no denying that the tech industry is booming. It's just gonna keep growing and growing. Line go up, huh?
This must be the death.
Couldn't ask for more fantastic working conditions, too. It's incredibly accessible, historically inclusive, diversity off the charts.
I don't know.
Stability? Look no further. Problematic behavior and business practice? Not here.
Yeah. Yep.
Literally nothing to complain about. Not a thing at all.
Actually, why don't we talk about something else?
Oh my god. Not a pair of socialites, the artist and the student each gave off quite odd yet different first impressions. They're starting to fill out our little book. Let's heckin' go. Motive. Sell off the precious gemstone to pay off his overwhelming debts. That's a pretty good motive. Alright, here's the guide, I think. Greetings, detective. Boy, am I glad you're here. Glad to be here, although not necessarily under these circumstances. Happy to help nonetheless. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be much help. I'm a bit of an anxious rabbit, you see. Oh, that's okay. We can work through it slowly, with whatever information we have. Oh, that's quite a relief. I know a lot about being a guide, but I'm afraid I just don't hold up under pressure. It is what it is, right? Of course, I'll need to ask a lot of questions. I can't leave any stone unturned, but let me know if it becomes too much. That sounds like a great plan, Detective. Great. Let's get to it if you're ready. Sure thing, Detective. About today's events, I'll try my best. What were you doing? Before everything started to unravel, I was going about a normal day's business. More specifically, I was answering questions and offering tours to the various guests, but with varying success. That's not totally weird or anything, but the critic was the first to really engage at all. He had some questions about a sculpture, but then he started questioning my qualifications. Any particular reason for the change in topic? Maybe it was a distraction. We could overhear the old-timer shouting upstairs, but eventually he went upstairs to go check on him anyway. I figured it would diffuse itself and they'd come back down, so I went into antiquities hoping I could escort them out for causing trouble. That didn't go as planned, unfortunately. I can see that. How about we discuss what happened next? Sure thing, Detective. About the critic. You said they were asking you some personal questions, but he described it as only a debate between experts. Well, I did say questions, but they were more challenges. Did it feel like perhaps he had an ulterior motive? You mentioned the possibility it could have been a distraction. I don't think he really had a goal. He was just being a curmudgeonly old man. That sounds rude, but true. And that isn't anything new, so I guess I didn't think too much of it. Not until, well, you know the rest by now. I do, yes. Thanks for clarifying that. Maybe we should clear up a few other things. What happened? Honestly, it all felt very sudden. I don't even really remember what happened. After everything had sort of resolved or, calmed down, the curator said someone had shot a gun in the museum. That seems like a pretty difficult detail to miss. That seems like a pretty difficult detail to miss with how loud it would be against all these marble walls. Ha, yeah, the noise. I think that's what sent me into shock. The next thing I remember, was the curator's voice breaking through this haze. They were trying to get me to do my breathing exercises, and when I was responsive enough, they left to call the police. But I keep thinking that if the curator hadn't prioritized me, maybe the diamond wouldn't have been stolen. You shouldn't feel guilty. It's natural the curator would be concerned for you, especially over some priceless rock. A rock that, as far as we know, is still around here somewhere, and I'll find it. Heh, I guess you're right. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Detective. Don't worry about it. Let's talk about something else, okay? Personal questions. Whatever you need. Alright, well, tell me about who you are. Gosh, I don't tend to talk about myself much. After a few years, I'm still the museum's newest employees, but I've been into art history for a long time. Interesting, and how do you spend your free time? Oh, nothing super exciting. I have a sweet tooth, so I bake a bunch. Enjoy a good period drama. I read when I can. What else? Considering your line of work, you never pursued the arts? Gosh, no. I mean, did I try watercolor once or twice? Yeah, but it was bad. Bad. Don't get me started on the charcoals and oil pastels I have sitting in my closet. A bit of an impulse. Obviously, I still study art a lot, but no, never really felt like making much.
It's definitely not for everyone, including myself. Should we change the topic then?
Sure thing. Okay. What do you do? Well, I'm the current leader of education and guest relations here at the museum. If visitors have questions or they want a tour, I'm their bunny. Aside from that, I am also the youngest member of the team, so I try to manage marketing and outreach. The curator and the guard don't really understand social media, you know. Nowadays, though, that's my least favorite part of the job.
The internet can be a cruel place. I don't envy you in the least.
Folks make fair points, like, about our exhibits, but they don't really understand how any of it works. They don't like that we keep art from cultures that aren't ours, and I don't disagree with them, but lots of people might never be exposed to those other cultures if we didn't. I don't know. It's complicated.
Most of the world is these days. Why don't we discuss another point?
Alright, what else we got? What did you do before? Ugh, just the most soul-draining corporate office work. I went to school for business, whatever that means. In retrospect, it felt like a bit of a scam. It's not like I was passionate about any of it, but it was safe, or so they said.
Are you passionate about what you do now?
Absolutely. I wouldn't change a thing. At least, no major thing, right? Sure, there are bigger museums and better pay, but I used to think about that kind of thing way too much. I like the people here. I trust them, and they appreciate me. I get to inspire people's passions.
Can't ask for more than that, I suppose. I do want to ask more questions, though, if that's okay.
Actually, I think we are out of questions for now. Alright. Oh, wait, we got one. This one arrived at the museum intending to write and publish a critique by request of the curator with the old timer as a guest perspective on the article. Motive would be add the priceless gemstone to his prestigious personal collection. So we know he didn't begin discussing the various exhibits of the sculpture gallery with the guide. It was more of like an inquisition.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. This may not have necessarily been a lie, but it certainly speaks to the critic's sensibilities. At least his testimony seems to line up otherwise.
Began challenging the guide on their knowledge of the various exhibits. What would the guide's motive be? Donate the precious jewel to a greater humanitarian cause. Got some more words. Oh man, that first bit is tough. Ooh! The courtyard exhibit. The tourist is here. The plaque reads, On the Essence of Color by Sir Ribert Krokenstein, or Krokstein von Lilypad de Wort the Fourth. In the nasty world of noir gray, be a crystal of color. No sense in leaving any stone unturned, or shrub in this case. Just gotta reach a paw in and rustle some leaves. Oh? What's this? Something's perched between these branches.
It's cold and it feels like metal? Could it be what I think it is? Yes, it's the casing to match the tip from earlier. I'll have to update the evidence records now that I have both pieces of this bullet. However, the question remains, where is the weapon that fired it? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh, it's in here. The casing was found nestled within several branches of the museum courtyard's topiary, while the tip was dislodged from the broken stone pieces of the museum exhibit. Neither has any signifying features other than the caliber, which we can assume from its size means it was fired from a pistol on the courtyard balcony. However, several factors are still left unknown, like where the weapon ended up. Based on everything I know so far, could I triangulate its most likely hiding spot? Maybe. Ah. However, when a gunshot was heard, he stormed off into and through the courtyard towards the shocking sound. But if we found the casing out here... I don't think he's intentionally hiding anything. Can anyone else fill in his poor memory? Discarded or perhaps hidden within the courtyard shrubbery was the casing of a bullet. Yeah, if it's just the casing, wouldn't that mean that he had to shoot it from here somewhere? Or up, well, I guess maybe up on the balcony? The Anxious Guide. Student. Knowledgeable guide here. We've got student as the anxious one. Earlier tonight, the what would it be? The curator. Let's talk to this guy. Well, howdy doody, Detective Rooney. Doody. Please call me detective. I'm the investigator on this case. How are you holding up with all the commotion? Just tippy-topper, Investicopper. A little worried I'm getting behind on my itinerary, but I'll survive. An itinerary? Are you on vacation? You ding-dang bet I am. A nice long trip like I always wanted to. Just wasn't in the dealer's deck until recent. Call me a regular tourist because I know you got to plan every stop. You know what they be saying, Detective? Failing to plan is like planning to have a good time getting lost. Laughs deeply. I think we should get to the topic at hand, don't you? Rightio, don't hold back. First, today's events. You want it? You got it. What were you doing? Well, let me tell you. Much of the same I'm doing right now. Standing on my own two hoofs, gazing at all these colors. At least until the podcaster came on through and started asking about my camera. They called it such an old school vibe. What about it was she interested in? I don't know, but she was mighty excited. I let her look it over because I didn't see much harm in it. I took my eyes off it when the argument upstairs started becoming an issue, but she didn't seem shady or nothing. That's when things really started to kick off. Is that so? let's discuss further then.
Radio.
Alright, what happened?
A whole lot, if you ask me. Well, I guess you are asking me, aren't you? But much of what I was...
I guess we should give a deeper voice.
But much of what I wasn't privy to, those two upstairs were in a bit of a brawl, and one of them shot a gun. Instinctually, I stepped in front of the podcaster, but luckily I don't think anyone actually got hit. That was when we heard some glass smash in the other room and the museum's alarm start blaring. Didn't think this sort of thing could still rile me up, but in that moment I must have been sweating something fierce, like someone splashed my back with a pail of water. I tried to tell the gal to save her own fur, but I don't know, she was more invested than she let on, and I wasn't gonna carry her out. When I got to the foyer, the artist was already arguing with the curator about letting us out. I guess the alarm put everything on total lockdown. And I don't blame a single feather on them. They didn't know what it was. They didn't know what was what. They just told us to stand by and wait for the police. Not my favorite gang to deal with, but I sat tight, and that's about all she wrote.
Understood, but I think I have some more questions. Additional details.
Let's dance.
About your camera.
Oh, this old thing? It's been my trusty companion for ages. Been through some bumps and bruises, but nothing a good buff can't fix. Had a hearty crash today, didn't we, buddy?
You didn't mention that in your testimony. What happened?
Didn't I? I told you I let the podcaster look it over, right? When everything started to go sideways, the gunshot probably spooked her and she dropped it. A real clatter, too. Second biggest of the day, maybe.
I don't want to ignore the obvious issue here, so why do you have a camera in here anyways? Surely the museum's policies would forbid it.
Oh, don't worry, detective. I had it all cleared with the curator. They said it was fine as long as I didn't take any photos. There isn't even any film in here.
I guess that makes sense. I think I have a few more talking points, if you wouldn't mind.
Rightio.
Alright, it's personal questions. Who are you?
I've gone by a lot of names, detective, but what you see is what you get. Just an old free spirit flying through the back half of life.
That sounds quite nice, actually. Are you flying with any family?
Oh, you really are good at this, huh? You always know what to ask. Of course I got family. A little brother and his style piglets. Dear me, does their mother have her hooves full with them. She's practically a sister to me, too.
You said you're traveling. Is it difficult to be away from them?
It stings the soul, that's for sure. But I try to send a postcard every couple of days, and I've collected far too many souvenirs for 'em. When our pop would go out on business trip, he'd always bring little baubles back with him, so you know I gotta keep the tradition alive.
I'm sure the kids love that too. Let's move on with something else for now. What do you do?
Nowadays, not much. I'll do some odd jobs when I get back from this big old vacation, but past that, no more grind for me.
That's a fortunate position to find yourself in. How'd you manage that?
Oh, that's a tough one, cat detective. Long story short, my pops was into some particular business, at least until he died. I was a teenager then, and my brother was even younger, so fending for ourselves wasn't much an option. Luckily, Pop's work buddies took us in. When I got a bit older, I took over the operation he left behind. A decade later, we landed a pretty profitable contract, and the rest is history.
I see. Did your brother follow along as well?
Muddy heavens, no. In fact, that's what kept my eye on the truffle. I didn't want him to get involved.
That's admirable. Why don't we talk about something else now? About this business.
Now that's a story, and I'll bet you don't want me to spare even the tiniest detail.
Don't be afraid to abridge slightly, if necessary.
Ha! I'm just yanking your tail. Thing is, there's not much to say. I was a poor piglet told to pick himself up from his bootstraps, and I don't even wear boots. All told, I worked hard, but it was a couple lucky decisions and better company. Right places and left times, you know? I'm nothing if not the storyteller, and a good one at that, but I wouldn't want to put you into a catnap with the details, Detective. No manner of details will be enough to distract from the fact that you refuse to answer the question. Or did you truly think I wouldn't realize? Look, Whiskers, simply put, some of those crowds weren't the most savory, but folks with deep pockets. Pops put us into some circumstances, then went off and oinked. It forced me into decisions I don't like having made. All that's important to know now is, well, I got more curls in my tail these days. Wouldn't make those choices again if I had to. I won't press the issue now, but I hope you understand that if I have a reason to suspect its relevance, I won't have much choice. Oh, I get it. Don't sound so stern, Detective. If you think I'm running for something or into another, rest assured, the worst of it already comes with me everywhere. I understand.
Alright, that was an interesting character. Cool. This is a pair of eccentric guests. The podcaster and the tourist may not be entirely what they seem. Caught on film. When presented with the obvious concerns of camera use in museums, the tourist denied doing so. Here's the bit about the podcaster. Tourist handed the camera to her when he began calling out to the two arguing. Not quite how it happened, is it? Is this artifacts? Antiquities? No, don't go back upstairs. Uh-oh. Phew. Wait, that's gonna go downstairs. Heck. Look at me run. So I can see into this area. Oh, there's more blood up here. Another shocking aspect of the case is the blood trail. Oh yeah. The blood trail that blood trail begins here, considering the reddened impact. Presumably someone was shoved into the wall and knocked the painting crooked as well. Their brawl would have probably continued west, but that's all I can gather from here. We didn't have that little piece of information. That's the way we went before. That goes down. Okay. This is upstairs for fine art. Oh, it went down. Okay. Oh, wait.
Now, Detective, I trust the investigation is going well.
Of course, I have several things to discuss with you if we could. Alright, so more about today's things before. Yes. About the suspects. I've met them all and started to establish profiles on each. There's someone at the heart of this, and I'll find out who. And then there were 9. The meeting of the suspects. Yes. Congratulations, Detective. I have the utmost faith in your sleuthing skill, so please continue to work diligently. It's getting late, don't you think? Injustice doesn't sleep, I'm afraid. It takes time to shine the light on the truth. Oh, fine. Do what you must. Take as much time as you need, but remember, the very fate of this museum hinges on your ability to resolve this efficiently. I think you mean effectively, Curator. Either way, we should move on to another topic. About the camera. What camera? I was discussing tonight's events with the tourist, and the topic of his camera arose. Did you not notice he had it on him when he arrived? I absolutely did not. I'm sure you understand, Detective, that recording of any kind within the museum is strictly against policy. Why would guests come visit if they can observe a rudimentary facsimile someplace else? I had a hunch that's what you would say, but it might reveal some important evidence, so I'm going to entertain the prospect for now. Fine, I suppose that it is a minor concern at the moment. I agree. Let's discuss more important concerns then. About admission. Specifically that paid by the victim earlier tonight. He was charged for 2 entrants. Was he accompanied by anyone? No, he wasn't. That's when I started to suspect he was up to no good. And I was correct, of course. Then why would he have paid for 2? I hope this wasn't malicious on your part. It was no mistake. When I told him there was a charge for admittance, he said he would pay for himself and whoever comes in next. That's all. Oh, so the student got in for free because of him. Okay. Just to clarify, he didn't know there was a cost to enter, but he was willing to pay for 2? I didn't think much of it, Detective. It seemed to surprise him, so perhaps he didn't want that to happen to someone else. Was he supposed to be the student's date? I'm starting to think he was supposed to be the student's date. Did it betray my initial impressions of his character? Sure, but he's confirmed them soon after with all this mess he's caused. It does seem that way, but we can never be so sure. By chance, do you remember who came in next? That nervous one with the backpack? I tried to explain the situation to him, but with all that stammering, I don't think he heard any of it. Intriguing. Why don't we move on for now? About the critic. He said you had requested an article be written. Could you tell me more about that? Detective, I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that so? He said it wasn't the first time. In fact, he said the first one did quite well. And what else did he tell you, Detective? Because I remember that article quite differently, and I would never request such theatrics again. Unfortunately, it's not within procedure to disclose any more information about the other suspects than I already have. My apologies if this struck a nerve. But you can trust that I'll do my best to get to the bottom of this. For now, I have other topics we should get to as well. Hey, During. About the guide. You described her as stunned until eventually your efforts to rouse her were successful and she told you to call the authorities? But she described this situation differently, that you failed to calm her and left her there unmoving in order to call the police. Ah, she said that, did she? If you recall, I also described her as selfless and to a fault. I'll have you know she's like a daughter to me.
I regret to say that she lied to you, detective, to save my feathers. For a curator not to prioritize the safety of their guests or even their exhibits, I believe she intended to maintain my proper image.
A noble act and certainly loyal, but it was still a lie. I'll have to reconvene on that, but for now, we have other matters to discuss.
Additional details about the alarm.
It's state of the art. Awarded on grant several years ago, it runs through every wall, door, and exhibit. A bit Orwellian, but I do what I must. It took a long time to amass such a wondrous collection, so I'd like to keep it.
I don't see any cameras, though. How does it work?
That's the beauty of it. It's entirely invisible, reading paw prints on the surface of display stands, glass cases, and frames. And it recognizes registered users, so if I were to rearrange the exhibits, I wouldn't have to worry about disabling the entire system. Of course, the rest of my staff is also registered. Conservators, appraisers, or technicians get temporarily registered as needed too.
The guard mentioned a discretionary response system. Do you know anything about that?
Vaguely. For instance, putting the doors on lockdown is an early stage response, whereas that atrocious sound is much later. I know that much.
I see. If someone stole an exhibit, a noisy alarm would alert everyone, warning the thieves that their cover was blown.
Of course, if the thief broke into an exhibit to steal it, well, they've already relinquished the advantage of discretion.
In that case, the alarm siren acts more like a warning system to other guests. I'm starting to see this intelligence you mentioned.
Yes, well, I hope it makes closing this case easier for you. Easier and quicker.
Easier, perhaps. Quicker? I'm not so sure. I think it's time I retrace my steps toward that broken display again. Before I do, though, I have some more questions. Do we?
No, we don't.
Aye, detective. What can I do for you?
Okay, let's see. About the guide.
You mentioned in your testimony that you discovered her in the antiquities exhibit, stunned from the sound of the gunshot. As much as you know about her condition, do you think it's possible she could have been unaware of your presence in that moment? Oh, I hadn't really considered that, but I bet you're right. I can't reiterate enough how much I did try to help, but the curators always held a lighter touch, so calling for them was the best call I could make. I agree. I don't think you did anything wrong. I just needed to corroborate the two stories. So, thank you for that. But I've got some more questions.
No, we're good. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. So if he had a gun, where is it? Hey there, detective.
I have some questions for you, and please keep all of this between us.
Additional details. Only if you subscribe. Just kidding. About the camera. You mean the Taurus camera? Ah, that thing was like so nice. I wish I could afford one, but they're so vogue right now.
Yes, that one. You mentioned looking over it. Did you notice if it had any film?
Oh, it must have. Didn't I tell you what happened when I dropped it before?
Neither of you mentioned dropping the camera, no.
Whoops, silly me. Well, you remember the gunshot, right? Lamo and all that. That didn't bother me at all, I guess. But then with the glass shattering, the alarm went off, and that's what got me. The noise made me jump, and whoop! That was when the camera just dropped right out of my little hands. When it hit the floor, there was a big flash, so it probably took some sort of photo. Of course, I got it back to him all in one piece, and before he even noticed, everything afterwards went pretty much the same as I told you before.
That's certainly an interesting wrinkle.
Okay.
I don't want to embarrass him, but I think I have some evidence that can partially disprove this. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Could it be that the student just stumbled into a bit of luck? But why lie about that? Maybe through all the excitement he misremembered. It could be that easy, right? Okay. So the curator disagrees with this. He might have been hoping to write an article about the museum, but it wasn't the curator that hired him to do it. Oh yeah, that's an interesting thought. But why lie about that at all? Perhaps I should pay him another visit and ask. Who else? Ah, here we go. The tourist swore the camera was simply an accessory, but the podcaster was certain it was in active use. According to them, the incident resulted in an accidental photo. I've taken all my initial findings and built out profiles for each suspect, which is worth celebrating, but that's just the beginning of solving this strange museum mystery. No. I would have seen the guard. Maybe the podcaster? Oh, the frog, because the guard ran into him. Even I forgot about the frog. Oh no. Rob. Artist. The guard didn't move straight through the courtyard. He bumped into the artist on the way. While that might seem minor, the most minor details can turn an entire case upside down. Do we need to go talk to the guard again? Oh, I almost walked over just walked over the suspect. Very good at my job. About the artist. Do you recall having encountered him earlier, perhaps in the courtyard? That's a tough one, eh? The tourist was there, and the podcaster. Oh, you know what? The artist was in the courtyard. Come to think of it, when I was barreling through to get to that brawl upstairs, I nearly tripped over my own two paws. Or so I thought, but now that you mention it, yeah, it must have been him that I was stumbling over. Such a silly thing for me to forget, ain't it? So sorry, detective. I guess my memory was a bit hazy after the whole debacle got out of control. Apology accepted and understandable. As you know, that's not terribly uncommon. Okay. Somebody else's testimony not lining up now. Who cleared it up? Was it the curator who cleared it up? Go back to the guy real quick. Called for the curator to come check on her. So it would be the guard. Considering her condition at the time, there's no way she would have known the guard tried to help her. As far as I can tell, this was just an honest mistake, but worth keeping the record straight nonetheless. Okay.
Unsuccessful in doing so, the curator left the guide, prioritizing the museum, and went to call the authorities from the foyer. His own testimony.
While the curator did leave to call the authorities, it wasn't before successfully rousing the guide from her stun. Was she intentionally trying to throw me, or was she just trying to maintain the curator's reputation?
Anybody else's story not checking out now? Looks good for now. Why does it still have a little red circle? Okay, let's just keep going. So I guess we need to... Let's go see if any of these other guys have something else to say. And then... Oh yeah, looks like we got some over here.
You have yet to acquire new attire. I do not approve. Apologies, but that's not what I'm here to discuss.
About the guide.
Were you aware that the discussion you shared earlier was taken quite differently by her? Whatever could you mean, Detective? It was simply a forum for two intellectuals. Perhaps one person's forum is another's arena, especially when such a debate is uninvited. Have you considered that? Well, I can assure you that it was not my intention to debate her. Surely she's been through more treacherous challenge than I can provide. I'm not in a position to make claims one way or another, but I found the disparity in your testimonies important enough to clarify. And worth noting, if your honest response to criticism is defensive, then I suggest you reflect on why that is. Humph, how astute and utterly absurd a sentiment. That's my job. Now I have more inquiries to make.
About today's events. About the article.
Ah, yes. Did you want to read it? I have an early draft if you'd like. That's interesting, considering the curator was entirely unaware of that request you mentioned. They must be playing coy with you, or maybe they're just embarrassed that they need my help to keep their museum afloat.
I wonder if it was the curator, or the guide who did it.
But I guess you wouldn't understand, standing on the outside, desperately trying to look in. You're trying to change the topic. Did the curator ask you to write that article or not? No, they didn't. They didn't have to. I received an anonymous tip and I decided to be generous. Ugh, fine. It's my turn to change the topic then.
An anonymous tip, you say? Okay. Earlier tonight... Don't even know how this is supposed to start. Amid the chaos, someone... We have stole yet? Stole. The gemstone from the natural history exhibit. The museum staff also included the loyal guard and the knowledgeable guide. Where does the artist fit into this? Reserved? Eccentric? I think maybe the Jolly Podcaster instead. The eccentric. Wait, no, the Jolly Tourist. There we go. Don't have heard. Say in the and eventually the blank from the blank. Is this fought? They argued. Earlier tonight, the critic where did they argue at? It would be in this one instead. A heated disagreement upstairs. And upstairs, the fine art gallery. In the fine. We have the word gallery. Exhibit, maybe? The critic. Okay. So what did the critic do? I guess argued. They fought there. With the punk. You fighting that punk. Who surprisingly had a gun. Maybe argued is the wrong word. Might need more words still. Critic. Okay, so we gotta go ask more people some more questions. Let's go! Neom. Nothing more for him at the moment. What about the student, though? Oh, wrong way. Oh, wait, we have more for the tourist, actually. Right, pictures. Pictures!
Private Eye, he's watching you.
Yes, right. Let's get to the topic at hand.
Let's dance.
About your camera.
We've been over that already, haven't we, detective? There ain't much more to say.
Well, there's one particular detail I think we should go over again. You weren't using the camera at all tonight, correct? Of course, the curator would have had my head if I was. There ain't even any film in there.
Bitches!
Yeehaw! Wild carding through chat, let's go.
Then how come, according to the podcaster, the camera's flash went off when she dropped it? You should take a beginner photography course. Just because the flash goes off doesn't mean it actually took a photo detective. But if you're so confident in your theory, then how about you check it out yourself? You can take my camera as evidence, as long as I get it back. It's empty, you'll see, but full of sentimental value. I'll make a note to return it once the case is closed. Unless, of course, I discover something incriminating. And that should tell you just how much I trust you to do the right thing, Detective. Here you go. I appreciate your cooperation. Now, could I get your input on some other topics?
Okay. Wrong one. Dish one. Traditional film-based photography camera confiscated from the tourist. An old-school camera with manual controls, lenses, and film, the museum has strict rules against taking photographs of any of the exhibits, but the tourists didn't seem to follow them. This presents an advantage for me, however, because it's possible this camera was used to capture critical evidence. I just have to extract it properly. I mean, shouldn't I be going into a dark room before I do this? I think we need to be somewhere else. Caught on film. I confronted the tourists, assuming they would confess to at least obscuring the truth, but they didn't. As a show of good faith, they submitted their camera to evidence. Not a typical behavior of guilty suspects, so is there really anything important I can learn from examining it? I mean, it feels like there should be, but... Right away. Oh. You'd think you would just look at it from the back, but... Loving Subnautica too. Yeah, it looked pretty good. Glad you're having fun. Do I need to go talk to the student?
I don't know how to do this.
Wish I could gift it to you, Del and Calabella. That would cost way too much. Don't worry. Those of us who want to play will eventually play. I'm just glad you're having fun now. Critic. I guess fine art balcony. Floor. Potentially the punk. Bell. From the balcony, or from which balcony? Wait, so wait, they started their argument in here. Wait, wrong way. Oh, wait, no, that went down too. They all go down? They do. They fought through here. They fought in the courtyard from the national history. Okay. Okay, that one's right. Earlier tonight, the critic argued in the fine art exhibit with the pun. I think we don't have the right word. I think we need gallery, and we don't have the word yet. So we gotta go find more people to talk to. Way up here. Go talk to this student, I think. Because he got in for free, but he says he paid. But then he mentioned getting in for free, so he's a little confused.
I'm innocent, I swear.
Every time you say that, I get a little less confident you're telling the truth. Let's get to the questioning.
Is this a test? I've never been good at tests, Detective.
About admission.
What about it? There's no fee or anything, right?
No, in this case, someone had come in before you and paid in advance, actually.
Oh. Call it luck, right? That kind of thing never happens to me.
So you weren't aware of who paid it?
Nope. Didn't think anything of it. Just went on my way waiting for that date, like I said before.
Well, it turns out the generous patron was caught in this chaotic situation, and unfortunately, it cost them their life.
What? Detective. I lied, okay? I lied to you. I didn't come here for a date, and I do know who paid for my admission. The punk. He was my friend. My best friend. So please, could you tell me what happened?
He and another visitor got into an argument. Ultimately, he fell from the balcony in the natural history exhibit. It seems to have been fatal.
Oh. Okay. Detective, you can ask a couple more questions if you really need to. But after that, I'd like a few minutes to myself.
It goes without saying, perhaps, but I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, okay, Detective. If you say so.
Alright, you can have a few moments to yourself. Okay, I still don't have gallery though. Oh, right. It was the old timer. That's what I've got wrong. There we go. Old timer argued in the fine art exhibit.
Aha! I knew I was onto something. I've got the basic details of this case all sorted out and met every suspect. Now it's time to really get to work.
Okay. Do I have a new paper? Yeah. Soon after, there's something. Cool, man. You ready for this now?
Have you put it all together yet, Detective?
I'm working on it, hoping you might be able to answer a few more questions.
I'll try my best.
About the guard.
I don't believe you were aware in the moment, but I figured I should tell you. He did try to help while you were in that stunned state. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to help, but he called for the curator to come take care of you. He wished he could have done more, he said.
Aw, the guard has always been the nicest. If you get a chance, tell him I appreciate it. I'll bring him an extra croissant tomorrow.
I'm sure he'll enjoy that. I've got some more details to go over if you wouldn't mind.
Sure thing, Detective.
About today's events. About the curator.
According to your testimony, they helped you up to a point and then prioritized calling the police. Unfortunately, they didn't corroborate that.
Are you giving me a chance to revise my statement, Detective? Okay. Yeah, the curator would never have prioritized the museum over us, at least not as far as I've ever known. They did help me recover, more than I let on before, and it was my idea to call the authorities. The curator theorized that you were attempting to protect their
The curator theorized that you were attempting to protect their reputation. Is that the case?
I suppose it was. I know they come across as a bit prickly, Detective, but they do mean well. And they do whatever it takes to support us. I just wish there was a way we could do the same for them.
That does seem to be a bit of a trend, but there are other topics we should also get to. Okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay. We gotta wind it up. Alright, there's nothing in there.
Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. Or rather, there isn't something here. Sometimes that can be just as important. If I had to bet, this is probably another case of someone's sticky paws.
A little butthead. I should really take this information to the podcaster. With some clever questioning, I might talk her into a corner and clear up the inconsistencies. Oh, I just left. I'm out of here. Causing the glass case to be broken, maybe? I think this one's as they fought.
Come with us now on a journey
Through time and
and
space. Hello, magical apple. And the magical apples that are rolling into stream. We all doing some more Crystalla? Hello, hello! Magical Apples is a fellow Crystalla partner. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Oh my god, tree. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. If you don't know me, hi, I'm Cesare. This is the It's a Tree channel. Don't worry about it. We're playing Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery, so we're still cat themed. But we're solving a murder. There's been a meowdur. Anyway, welcome in everybody. Magical Apple, if you need to take a break, please do. Otherwise, tell us about how your session went. I know I think the last time you streamed, you were already close to the end. There's been a murder. I'm not going down for this. Yeah, we've been having fun with it. As they fought the something into the something. We'll have to come to this more later. Go see. Oh, she's got more to say. Love The Office. Yeah, big Office fans here.
Hey there, detective.
I have some questions for you, and please keep all of this between us. Additional details. Only if you... Oh, wait, no, I'm giving her the wrong voice now. Only if you subscribe. Just kidding. There we go. Out the camera. How familiar are you really with the process of film photography? You finished Crystalla. Oh, hell yeah. Doing another playthrough with the Streamloots collection you made for the game. Oh my gosh. What kind of things is chat doing to you through Streamloots? Magical Apple's like, well, I made it through, so it's time to make it harder. That sounds fun, though. Not too much, but you can learn anything on YouTube nowadays. YouTube? Oh my god, the puns in this game are like next level. They've been stopping you from healing during boss fights today? That sounds about right. That sounds on par for chat. That's hilarious. Oh, you think it'd uber boost my follower if I did? Is that why you were so interested in the Taurus's camera? Well, I've got it right here, but with some bad news. It's empty after all. No film to be found.
But he told you it was empty, right? You said that, right? So, no surprises there.
Keep losing her voice now. Of course, after all, photography isn't usually allowed in a place like this.
Ha! Duh! You're super right. What a shame. Cold trail. Anyways, totally moving on.
No, humor me for a moment. Let's say he did have film in it and was taking photos he shouldn't have been. Someone taking it off his guilty conscience would be quite fortuitous, wouldn't you say?
Fine. I have it. You can take the film. Ugh, you're killing me, detective. Just know, I only took it to make some promotional material for my podcast. You gotta always be on that grind, and it would have been perfect.
I would say I understand, but the bottom line is, I have a case that needs solving. So we should move on to some other inquiries, and then I'll go continue that investigation.
Like, whatever you need, detective.
Alright, we're done. We're done for now. Alright. Oh, the twisted webs we weave. Okay, in its current form, however, the film isn't much help. Perhaps someone at the department can have it developed. Oh my god, the little, like, pause with the film. So cute. I've submitted the film to evidence despite the podcaster's pleading wishes to keep it and use it for clickbait and to generate a viral moment. Okay, so that means both of them were lying. Testimony of what, herself?
Yeah, she returned the camera, but not without a case of sticky paws. In an attempt to get more promotional material for her podcast, she swiped the film while the tourist was distracted.
And he was just like, oh, problem solved. Into the museum in the fine art gallery, provoked the old timer with an incendiary comment. When they pressed him further, he attempted to get him to back off. The punk brandished I'll solve your problem. Mm-hmm. Hey, taters. Good to see you, my friend. Physical altercation then broke out between them, leading to the courtyard balcony, where the punk slammed the old timer into the wall. Do we need to put that into here? I think that's the something into a statue. Have either of them mentioned the statue? Where's the old timer? Old timer then disarmed with ease, with the punk presumably just subdued. The critics shuffled the old timer back into the fine art gallery. Photography film canister that once belonged to the tourist. During the chaotic events that unfolded earlier, this film was used to take an accidental photo when its camera was dropped by the podcaster. Seeing an opportunity to acquire big clickbait potential, she swiped the film, but I convinced her that submitting the film to evidence is more important. Now to find a way to actually develop it and see what secrets are still to be revealed. Okay, should we go talk to the curator then? Excuse me, sir. I need some crime scene tape up in here. Oh, maybe the guide knows. Okay, where was she again? None of them seem to know. I guess maybe we need to... Maybe we need to examine it first. Now. Who would know? Oh, we need to go talk to the tourist again. Okay. Oh, I never came over here. There's more TVs up here. The plaque reads, "The Legume" by Anish Kapoodle. The shape is so intriguing and its surface so reflective. Wait, is that something in my teeth? Ugh, why didn't anybody tell me? Is dead. What does it say? True art is dead. The plaque reads Society by Anonymous. True is art dead seems like an overly cryptic message and simultaneously too on the nose. True is art dead. Plaque reads Fairy of the Wall by Anthony Goatley. I could have sworn I've seen photos of this one before and it seemed much larger. Set a remote. Plaque reads, would you like to take control of your past or change the channel of your future? And change the future. Oh, it just shuffles the screens on the television exhibits around. They almost had me here. Wait, does it change him from future to past? Okay. To the courtyard. Which one? Private eye, he's watching you. Yes, right. See, additional details about this film.
Where'd you find that, detective?
Funny coincidence, right? Considering I've got your camera and evidence and all. You know, the one that you assured me didn't have any film in it. And surely this film wouldn't fit in. Oh, wow! Would you look at that? It fits just right.
Like you said, just a silly coincidence.
If I have to spell it out any further, I might have grounds to charge for contempt. Is that what you're going for?
Alright, you got me. Not only did I have film in my camera, I may have taken a few photos. I didn't think it would have been that important. I was just trying to save my hide if word got back to the curator. You understand that, right?
Obscuring the truth for personal gain? I can't say I do. Although, it's not the first time I've witnessed it.
I mean, all's well that ends well, at least. If it helps solve the case, I'm relieved you found it.
It could turn out to be incredibly important, yes. Let's move on to more questioning, shall we? Okay. You got an F. Does this mean you have to retake the course? I don't know, does it? Is that what it means? Now who can we talk to? F for fabulous grade. Oh, Tree's thinking right. Real question from a student. Oh. I guess the answer is, how important was this course for you? Tell them to ask ChatGPT. Oh no. Where can I find a dark room? Wait, where's the bunny at? Oh, she's this way. No, not her. Any room is a dark room if you just turn off the light. Like, dude, maybe don't get 30 on tests. Like, study more, perhaps. Perhaps. Do I need to solve more of the thingy? Hey, it doesn't seem like anybody else wants to talk. Maybe the artist knows how. Causing into, it would be into a wall, causing the wall to be what? I feel like it's into a statue. Maybe as they fought, the old timer attacked, locked, shot, stole, tripped. Maybe tripped? Or if you close your eyes. Oh, even worse. Punk into a statue. Oh, causing. Oh no. Be dropped. When it fell. No, we messed up there. As they fought, the old timer tripped the punk into a statue. I mean, I don't... Maybe into an exhibit? This one says there's a bunch wrong. Alright, delete them. Delete. Destroyed the glass case, right? Yeah, glass case. And then something to something. Destroyed the... I don't know about that one. Okay, this time the blank had into the... Alright, we gotta learn some more. We got too much missing. Perhaps someone at the department. Oh! Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, so maybe we need to actually leave for a second and call somebody. And magical apples rolling into chat. The spirit's there. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the thanks for raiding in. For coming along the raid. What you know what I mean. Thanks for the follow. I'm a hot mess today. Don't worry. I matched. Totally on purpose to make you feel better, not because of a train wreck. This guy is always fashionably late. Like a wizard, he arrives exactly when he means to. Yeah, let's call the department.
I guess I could give the police department a call. There's probably someone on their last shift about now. I can't forget to expense this charge, though. Payphones aren't getting any cheaper these days.
Detective, hope the case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you?
About the film.
I've found a reel of camera film that might be important to the case. There's equipment at the station to develop it. Could you send someone to come pick this up for me?
Oh, absolutely, Detective. In fact, I'll just come do it myself.
Is it the goose again?
Okay.
Sorry about the wait, Detective. I came as fast as I could.
It is the goose.
I think you arrived in record time, so no need to apologize at all. Here's the film. Do you know how long it'll take to develop?
Not sure. Somebody in the lab will take care of it, and you know how they are. Honk! Don't worry. After a while, we should have a photograph. I won't really have any way to let you know when it's done, but you can always call. Ain't no issue there.
Well, I've got no shortage of threads to pull on, so I'll put this to the bottom of the list for now. Thanks again.
No thanks necessary. Just part of the job. Good luck.
I was eating dinner early.
Oh, I won't need luck. Let's get back to it.
Okay. At this point, I'll just have to wait for the results to come in. Thankfully, I have plenty of other leads to follow. So, we gotta poke some holes in people's stories. Who's... Oh, wait, wrong one. This one. Oh, wrong one. I keep doing X instead of Y. Oh, this one's so tough though. This is like the gun to be fired. Blank looked on as the blank accidentally blank blank his, which took a blank when it blank blank. Ah, okay, so this one is the Taurus, I think. Where is that? Excuses, excuses. Taurus looked on as the podcaster accidentally dropped. It's like Mad Lib's crime solving. It's quite fun. Dropped his camera, which took a picture, well, a photograph, when it hit the ground. When it fell? No, when it... Do I not have the word for it yet? I guess not. The blank, then blank, it's maybe the podcaster, then stole that little thief. It's film. By this time, the blank had into the blank, but the blank was already blank, so he blank blank. Blank blank in the blank blank. I mean, I feel like at one point one of these is causing the gun to be shot, but I don't know. But it also might be talking about the statue. Did the gun shoot the glass case? Hold on. We need to go back inside. We need to go look back at the crime scene again. Something isn't adding up here. But first, it's been 4 hours since we started the stream, and that means it's time for another break. I am going to get up, stretch my legs, check on my pupper, do the things. Please take this time to take a break as well, especially if you've been sitting here with me for a while. When we come back, some more Feline Forensics and the Meowseum Mystery. So I hope you're having fun, and I shall see y'all soon. Oh, look, you caught the butterfly plush. Okay. Thank you for waiting, y'all. We return. Ready for some more mystery solving. Shout out. Ooh, you're getting so many coins. Shout out to Game Chops with music. If you like what you hear, there you go. Let's pause it and get back to it. Meow. Meow. Mini coin, I love it. How you doing this fine Thursday? I am doing well. Considering I was not the one murdered. We're having a lot of fun with the game. Hope you're doing well. Also. Okay, so the more we can see here.
This is the pedestal where the stolen gemstone was once displayed. What should I investigate here?
Broken case.
I have more information about the museum's security system now, so I should probably take a second pass at this. I've been assuming the thief used the statue to break open the case because witnesses believed that's what triggered the alarm. There's no denying they heard glass shatter and the alarms blaring, but that doesn't mean it was intentional. When the statue was shot and fell, if it landed into the display below, the gemstone would have been ripe for the taking, unless it was already gone. According to the curator's knowledge on the security system, that leaves us with two possibilities. 1. The thief opened the case which locked the museum doors and the alarm went off later. Or 2. The thief was a registered user with the system, and the doors wouldn't have been locked until the case was accidentally broken later. Unfortunately, there's no way to know which is true right now. Maybe the guard will have further insight on my theory.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Aye, detective. What can I do for you? Standing by for inquiry, detective.
About the alarm.
I looked back over the crime scene with special attention to the pedestal of the stolen gemstone, and I have a theory to run by you. Oh, lay it on me. I believe that when the display case was broken, the gemstone was already missing. From everything you know about the security system, would that be possible? I suppose it could be, detective. That'd be quite the twist. The issue I'm having with my theory is how to actually prove it. Without more clearly defined timing, it's impossible to know for sure. Well, the security system has an interface you could access in our maintenance room, but I can't provide that kind of clearance. That's something you'd have to get the curator's approval for, since it's a private business and all. Oh, I was hoping it wouldn't come to that, but if that's what it takes, I'll give it a shot. Until then, I think I might have a few more things to discuss with you before I go. Absolutely, I'm an open book, and full of pictures.
Hello, curator.
Oh, detective, I trust the investigation is going well.
Of course, I have several things to discuss if we could.
Additional details.
Yes, of course.
About the back room.
The guard mentioned it while we were discussing the security system. I believe access could help crack this case, if you'd allow it.
Preposterous. Everything that happened tonight took place within the public space. No one had access to the maintenance room tonight.
Tonight, sure, but what if all this was set in motion prior? What would you say then?
Well, as far as I know, and you can prove, that punk came in to drum up trouble, and some other opportunists saw fit to seize their chance. So what would I say to that, you ask? I would still say no.
I hope you understand that if I find another means of access, I will have to defy your wishes. And if I find something important in there, you could be held liable for obstruction. Then so be it. Now move along. I will, of course, but right now there are other things to discuss. Nothing with you. Am I gonna crawl through the vents? We're not authorized. It seems the thief took destructive measures to steal the jewel, or did they? I have a feeling this is going to crack our case wide open. I'll have to find a way into the maintenance room. Vent system. Do we know where the maintenance room is? Nope. Let me in. I don't remember if I saw any doors anywhere. Oh, hey girl, what's up?
Have you put it all together yet, Detective?
I'm working on it and hoping you might be able to answer a few more questions.
What do you want to know?
About the back room. I've discussed it with the guard and believe it would be incredibly important to solving this case. Would you be able to take me there?
It's staff only, though. Do you already have the curator's permission?
For the purposes of our conversation now, let's assume yes I do.
Well, come to think of it, it wouldn't matter either way.
And why is that?
I embarrassingly misplaced my keys a week ago, so I can't actually get into the maintenance room. The curator said they were gonna have a replacement made for me soon, but in the meantime, the guard lends me his as needed. Sorry, Detective. Not much help out on this front. Maybe you could borrow the guard's keys, too.
That may not be as easy as you'd think. Why don't we discuss something else instead? I wonder where she lost her keys. Are they somewhere around the museum? Also, were they actually misplaced? Or were they stolen? What if somebody stole the keys and put themselves in the system? Hmm? Oh, what do you have to say, Froggy-O?
Salutations, Detective. Have you solved the case?
Not quite, but I have some questions that may help. Affirmative. About the back room. I understand this is a stretch, but you wouldn't happen to have any idea where it is, would you? You mean the maintenance room for the museum? I can't say I do. However, I may have something that could help you find it. Really? I was mostly just preparing to vent about this investigative roadblock. What do you have? I told you earlier about how the guard bumped into me. It appears he dropped his keys in the process. You can have them if you think they would assist you. Oh, bless. Oh, wow. Unfortunately, I can't use a key on a door I can't find, but I'm pretty sure these will come in handy when I do. You're welcome, Detective. Feel free to return them once this is wrapped up. Of course, I have no need for them. Yes, thank you. Will do. Allow me to ask a few more questions before I go. No, actually, you've done enough, buddy. Well, hold on. An unorganized and chaotic set of keys, each of varying shape, size, style. Yeah. In my pursuit to gain access to the museum's maintenance room, I acquired these keys from the artist, but it's impossible to tell which of them is actually going to be necessary. The artist said that the guard had dropped them during the chaos of the incident earlier, but it does make me wonder why he would have needed this many strange keys. Best I can do with these right now is to try to get a closer look and see what I can find. What do you mean? He's the maintenance guy. Or he's the guard. Bro needs all the keys. Man, that is a lot of keys. Oh.
Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. This symbol. It looks like a figure with outstretched arms. Have I seen that somewhere around here before? If I can find it again, that's probably where this key is meant to be used.
Is he talking about the statue?
You know, this is already an absolute mess, but the lack of labeling makes it even worse.
There's a statue outside. I don't know if it's that one. Could be like behind a painting too. Oh. Wait. Get me out of here. No, nothing here. It's worth a shot. Okay, I can't call them back yet. Upon examination of the keys, one was marked with a small insignia. It reminds me of an exhibit I've seen, but where? Let's go look. Yoink. Let's go look at some exhibits. It wouldn't be in this room, would it? Or would it? Could be in the fine art room. And why can't she just tell me where it's at? Wasn't this one, was it? No. What did it say again? What did it say? Small insignia. It reminds me of an exhibit I've seen, but where? But also... It doesn't describe the symbol again. Oh, like this one?
This fairy looks a bit like the label key I found. This could become quite the compelling revelation, but it could also make this case exceptionally more complicated. Perhaps I should sort out some seemingly smaller threads before opening this proverbial can of the catnip.
Wait, what does the first one say? Okay. Like, hey, you gotta figure some other stuff out first. Sort your book out. This time, the something had into the something. I have to read through our notes again. Okay, who else are we needing to talk to? Or are we just needing to fill out our little thing? Oh, she almost failed it. No, I went up anyway. Thanks, little frog friend. We need to do anything here? No? Okay. Okay, let's look at our... Okay, so the punk entered the museum alone, but paid advance admission for the student, and started touring the museum. We don't know what happened, and then in the fine art gallery, it provoked the old-timer with an incendiary comment. In an attempt to get him to back off, the punk brandished a gun. In the continued go, the punk fired his gun, but missed his intended target before dropping the weapon as a result of the unexpected recoil. Into a wall, causing the gun. Oh wait, causing maybe the painting? Do we have painting? Artwork. There's not really we don't have a word for it. I still think this is as they fought. Okay, let's see. Back to my notes. Went to courtyard balcony, became mesmerized. When the argument started, he decided to head downstairs away from the noise. In the courtyard's lower level, he heard the gunshot. Also hurried to the courtyard balcony when the gun was fired. He took the old-timer back into the fine art gallery. I don't think we still don't have the word gallery either. At this time, the like we're missing a word. With no clear danger still present, he moved back to the foyer to call, but the curator had already done so. Hi, Twixie, why you cry? Just as he began to continue his pursuit, the sound of glass shattering. Guide was locked in place in antiquities. This is why you were delaying class. What do you mean? Grading for this class. And then what happened? Oh, toasters. Going after and into a wall. When did the gun go off? Like, I'm wondering if this is causing the gun to, as they fought the... And then... And then what? We need hit. I feel like we need hit. I found the way to go. Oh, I found a way to go. But it didn't want me to go yet. So we're missing something. I don't know if it wants me to finish my book. Last time it wanted me to finish it though, it was like circled. Yep. But it doesn't look like anybody wants to talk. We got anything else from the keys? On examination of the keys, one was marked with a small insignia. It matches the piece on the sculpture exhibit balcony. Right. Take care of any smaller threads tied up. Like what? Nobody will talk to me about nothing. About the fact I have your keys. Anything? No? Oh, can I call them now?
I guess I could give the police department a call. See.
Detective, I hope this case is coming along smoothly. What can I do for you?
About the film.
I'm just checking back up on that film I had you pick up. How's that going?
I haven't got any word from the lab, but I can go double check if you want.
Don't worry, there's still plenty going on over here. Okay.
Guess we're supposed to. Maybe we have everything we need for this one. As they fought. Who got knocked into the wall? Was it the punk? Punk slammed the old timer into the wall. Dropping the weapon as a result of the unexpected recoil. I still think this is the punk. They have an extra credit activity. They go on a website and play a game and tell me what they learned at each level. Okay. I don't really have like knocked, soul, tripped. Guess what? When the AI creates responses, it makes it up. Oh no. Oh boy. So, which took a photograph when it... you would think that would be like hit the ground, right? But... I don't have either of those words. And it shot, maybe when it shot the something? Picture? Oh. When it shot the photograph. So many, and of course the ones that submitted their extra credit thought they would fool you with AI. Oh no. When it shot the... I don't know. We don't have hit. Fell, fought, hid, hacked, forgot, locked, stole, tripped. No, none of those work. The only one that really works is shot. Forrest looked on as the podcaster accidentally dropped his camera, which took a photograph when it... I would think it would be hit the floor, right? Hit the floor, but I don't have hit. Maybe it needed to be fell on the floor? No. So we need to get another word. Hit the floor. I don't think that's gonna work, but you know. Punk. And it feels like that one should be knocked. These are college university students, aren't they? Though I wouldn't be surprised at this point in the time. Yes, yes they are. Prop. causing the sculpture to be dropped into a exhibit. That would be an exhibit. Could still be sculpture. Okay, what are we missing? Punk presumably subdued. You're told by an acquaintance that professors actually want his class to come up with a prompt for AI and then have AI write a paper, edit, and turn it in with the prompt. You kind of sat there like, what? If they turn in the prompt and reflect on their learning, you're okay with it, but they do neither and think I am dumb. The cloud down, recovers and returns to Taurus unless you took the opportunity to steal the ejected film. Startling noise. The alarm sounded. Let's see. Hesitated the sound. Only took a moment to search his pockets and still. Oh my goodness. Flattered to the ground. What am. Can't inspect any of these further. In the courtyard, shrubbery, broken statue pieces, embedded with one tip of the fired bullet. So the bullet's what hit the statue. Maybe fired the gun? Do I have fired? Shot? Ah. Shot. Bullet? I don't know. Be bullet destroyed. Exhibit, maybe? I don't know. That one's wrong. Or maybe this happened after. Okay, so soon after the punk might be down here. So the punk. I don't know what we're gonna put here because he shoved him, but I don't think we have that word. Maybe fought the old man, old timer, causing the wall. Oops, the old timer to be destroyed. Into a wall, causing oh, I don't know. We shot a bullet into the wall. Well, no, because so he shot it into the statue. Like, it went into the statue and knocked the statue over. So the statue fell over and then presumably hit the display case, which set off the alarm. Like, I've got something mixed up in my head here. Two broke out into a scuffle that took them from the fine art gallery into the courtyard balcony where the other guests looked on from below. Continued to escalate, leading the punk to slam the old-timer into the wall, but he didn't let up. Amidst the struggle, the punk fired the gun, but missed his target. The old-timer then disarmed him with ease. But then how... Let's see. What are we missing? He dropped the weapon, disoriented the punk, backpedaled toward the balcony. So the statue fell before he fell off the balcony. I just don't understand how this fills in. Let's clean this out. This does feel like as they fought. It feels like it would be the punk knocked the old-timer into a wall, causing but the wall, nothing happened. The gun to be shot? That's not really what happened. This time, the punk had... Maybe this is the punk. I don't have fallen, I have fell. I don't know. I feel like we're missing stuff, but I don't know what. Shot a bullet into the wall. All the information would be in here. See. Artist of the guard dropped into the chaos, so that makes me wonder why I would have needed this many. So is the one key unrelated? Seems a bullet struck the piece, breaking it into several segments. This knocked it from the balcony where it became fractured further. Where the weapon ended up. There's something... Is there another thing outside in the courtyard that we missed? Where the courtyard at? Like in this other tree, perhaps. So the casing was down here. No sense. Oh, this is the shrub that I've already turned. This is where I found that bullet casing nestled among the branches and leaves. I've even found the matching bullet tip, but the question is, where is that weapon that fired it? That is a good question. There's not a lot of places to hide it. Could they put it in here? Aha! As you'd expect, I've never really been a fan of water, but if my suspicions are correct, I need to do what must be done. Paw into the fountain, detective. Here goes nothing. Oh dear, it's cold and very wet. Ugh, my fur is gonna be uncomfortable for the rest of the evening. Aha! There it is. The murder weapon. A smoking, dripping gun. There we go. We never checked the fountain. It was likely fired during the brawl upstairs and dropped soon after.
I'll have to look it over to gather more information and then start questioning the various suspects about it too. There we go.
Having found the bullet tip and casing is just a matter of finding a smoking gun, or dripping gun, as it was discarded in one of the courtyard fountains. However, that doesn't tell me much about who fired it. Can I even assume the owner pulled the trigger? Alright, let's see. Take a look at the gun. A small basic pistol that was fired once. A small caliber firearm that I found submerged within one of the museum courtyard's fountains. While it's likely that the gun was used, then either lost or tossed into the water below, there isn't much I can derive from the weapon alone. Who's the owner? Did they pull the trigger? Or someone else? Why was it brought here in the first place? I should begin this line of questioning with a closer examination and find what that effort may yield. You're almost free!
Oh, of course. I knew there was something else here. Thankfully, it's not still loaded. It won't be doing any more harm anytime soon. Although I can't gather much more from this, I'm not a weapons expert. What are the chances someone here would be able to tell me more?
Okay. Now we have some of the words we were missing. We have dropped now. Or no, we already had dropped. What do we have now? Either way, we can talk to people. Let's go. About the fight.
You mentioned that you had a pretty clear view as much as you could from the lower level. Could you tell me more about how that went? You betcha, but I'll tell you now, I don't know why they were fighting. Whatever it was must have been mighty serious, though. They came out onto the balcony swinging, and I didn't think he would have had it in him, but that old-timer would not let up. I get where he was coming from, of course, because that punk had that gun and all, but so he was probably thinking there wasn't any room to let up. He must have got a step ahead, struck him once and got a good shoving. Landed the punk with his back flat against the wall. Ah. Considering they both got hands on the gun and it went off shortly after, it wasn't a sight I would soon forget. An interesting contradiction it seems. I hope you don't mind, but I have a couple... Okay, alright.
I thought there was something wrong there. Was it the old timer?
The old timer didn't shove the punk into the wall. Or he didn't get shoved into the wall. He was the one doing the shoving.
That one's a bit backwards.
For having such pride, it's hard to believe he would willingly make himself weak. I wonder what he has to say about that.
Okay, let's see. I guess we can go talk to him.
Yeah.
We're back on the case, oh buddy boy. Give me a minute. Ba-dum-bum-bum. All right. I think we need to go talk to the old timer. The old timer. All right, sir, you lied to me.
Skip the pleasantries, detective. I don't have all day. I'm sure you don't. Let's get started.
About the fight.
There were some witnesses that saw it go down a bit differently than you described. Would you like to revise your statement? I don't know what you're talking about. I've got nothing to hide and no reason to lie to the most pathetic authority here. Pathetic, eh? At least I would admit to having taken a hit, especially in a fight where I was the only person to walk away. Oh, if you're trying to say something, out with it! You falsified your testimony. The punk didn't slam you into a wall. You shoved him in an attempt to disarm and disorient him. And in that moment, the only thing you did was widen the gap, and he was able to get a stronger grip on his gun. Fine! Yes, I got too aggressive, but I didn't back down. I kept up the pursuit because if I didn't, he would have shot me. You know that's the truth, detective, so don't fault a washed-out pup for defending himself, even if he does have a tendency to embellish. Justice has no need for embellishment. I've made note of this, and there's other details I'd like to go over with you.
Okay. Did I have it wrong in the punks? Oh, right here. The old guy pushed the youngster? That's right. Okay. So, as they fought, what would it be? The old man, old timer, push. We have shoved. The punk. Yeah, Toast. Yeah, there's a lot of shoving and murdering into a wall. Causing what? So is it causing the gun to be dropped? Or no? Just giving the answers there, right? He's like, I know who done it. Hi, Toast. I think, oh, so it fired while he was... Okay. Yeah. Gun to be fired, I guess? Oh. Not quite. Maybe dropped? In the end? We dropped it when... No. Causing the sculpture to be shut? I don't know. Or is it causing the punk to be... No. It's not shot or dropped. Right, we already tried that. Maybe causing the sculpture to be shot? The wall to be... damaged? No, we just have destroyed. Close. I think it's gun something. Old timer to be shoved? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Let's see. When did it drop? So he dropped it after it fired. Wonder if I can get anything else from anybody. It seems to think I have everything I need, though. Oh, wait, here we go. About the weapon. I've recovered it from one of the courtyard fountains, as well as the 2 pieces of a fired bullet. I'm not sure what more to make of them, though. Well, for starters, this bullet most certainly belongs to that gun, in case that was ever a question. I forgot what it did, how it did his voice.
And while I didn't have a clear view from the first floor, I'm fairly certain it was the punk that had their hands on the grip. Wait, did you say you found the gun in one of the fountains? I did, yes. It's my current operating theory that the old-timer got some sort of advantage against the punk and forced it from his grasp. Makes sense to me, but isn't it a bit far-fetched the old-timer would have the wherewithal to drop it so precisely? What if they were both disoriented enough that neither could really keep a hold of it?
Okay, maybe.
That'd explain the precarious stanchion in the courtyard too, eh? Actually, you're right. That does sound more likely. Now I have some other things I'd like to question. Okay, let's see.
So wait, what does that give us? As far as I can gather, the victim brandished the gun during the argument with the old timer. If that's the case, then he's entirely innocent, so why hide the truth? Fired during the struggle and then dropped into the fountain below. There's something else in here. I love the little pictures. See. Wait, did we have something else to look at? And I doubt this is ready yet either. See, did we get any more words? Still not dropped. Causing the statue to be shot? I wonder if instead of fought argued fits there better. Maybe. See, let me see if the sculpture one works. No. Although I feel like at this point they're already fighting. And to be dropped, maybe. Well, no, this is the fire that it dropped after. Oh, that's very wrong. We have some of them right here. If it's yellow, we have a more right than wrong. When it dropped, we're gonna move forward a little bit. It fell. Or no, it. No, that doesn't work. Got it destroyed. It fell, it destroyed. Oh no. Oh, okay, wait. When it destroyed the... I still think this is maybe glass case below. I still think also this is probably fought. Causing the... Maybe the sculpture to be shot? Dropped? I can't quite figure out what we're so close on this one. It really feels like gun to be dropped, but why isn't that working? Let's see. Do-do-do-do-do. I'll go to the guest one. There you go. Let's see. He was likely fired. They struggled and dropped into the fountain below. Taking the old timer's initial statement. As far as I can gather, the victim brought the gun, brandished it during an argument. If that's the case. Let me just double check that there's nobody else that wants to talk, but I feel like we're just either missing a word or we're just not using some of them properly. Nothing more from him. Like, as they fought, he got knocked into the wall, which actually knocked over this painting. Causing, let's see. Could it be painting to be shoved? Maybe they both got pushed into the wall. Is there any... So yeah, I guess maybe they would have fired from this other room and it would have shot through the door, maybe. And then it fell down here. This thing is a little bit bent. Maybe it got knocked into the... They're like banister. Railing. There's artwork. artwork to be... It didn't really get dropped. Shelved. He struck. No. Oh, so wait, the sculpture's a location? How's that? Oh, and an object. Was I using the wrong sculpture? I think it's going to be dropped. I don't understand. Tripped? Maybe causing the punk to be tripped? Old man to be tripped? I don't know. We still don't have, like, hit the floor. Wait, where's glass case? When it fell, it destroyed the glass case below, and then something the something. Oh, triggered the alarm? Tripped the alarm. There we go, we got that one. Okay, so we got some of the time. Causing the sculpture to be destroyed. Rock. Because this definitely has to be about the statue, right? Oh, argue definitely added an extra bad. Oh no! Put that back. So what word are we messing up here? How's the sleuthin' going? It's going pretty well. We're struggle busting our way through, having a good time. How's the lava slug doing? What's the wrong word here? I know, right? You'd think it would be gun to be dropped, right? Been in the kitchen all day. What you been doing? Or half the day? What we been making? Hello. Mr. Man's birthday's tomorrow. Ooh. Hell, this game's too dangerous for you. Statue? Did I try statue? Me. Destroyed. Dropped. Got. There we go. Statue. Oh. Oh, I mean you won't like it because it's got too many puns. Hey, there we go. As they fought, the old-timer shoved the punk into the wall, causing the statue to be shot. When it fell, it destroyed the glass case below and then tripped the alarm. Soon after, the blank and into a blank. Soon after the... Omnomberry cake. I made him a cake and then dinner. Aw. How nice. Marble cake. Nice. Gotta hunt down some powdered sugar to decorate tomorrow. Oh, that's so nice. Okay, let's see.
Obey your master!
Hydrate. Thank you. Have you solved the meowder yet? No, we have not. We are getting to the bottom of it. Oh, here we go. Amidst the struggle, the punk fired the gun but missed his target. The old timer then disarmed him with ease. Evidence. It's gonna be a testimony, right? Guard? Forest? Okay. I can confirm now that the gun was fired only as an accidental result of the brawl. When it went off, both men were so disoriented that neither kept a hold on the weapon or pursued the fight much farther. Amidst the struggle, the punk accidentally fired the gun, disorienting himself and the old-timer before dropping it in the fountain below. Oh yeah, so soon after the gun... Soon after the punk dropped the gun. Maybe. Punk. Dropped the gun. From the balcony. And into a fountain. Colonel Mustard in the library with the pipe. Garfield in the kitchen with the lasagna. Yeah, that's true. There we go. We still don't have hit the floor, though. Struck. We have struck, though. Struck the floor. Here we go. 1 cup granulated sugar, 1 tablespoon of cornstarch thrown into the blender if for some reason all the powdered sugar is gone. Dang! I can Care Bear with the pro tips. Okay. Podcaster then stole the film. Then what's this one? At the time, okay, I don't know what's next. What's next here? I consider it. We gotta hunt down some jackfruit anyway. Oh. Dropping the fountain below, the punk presumably subdued, the critics shuffled the old-timer back into the fine art gallery. You want to make some not pork pulled pork sandwiches? Oh, let's go. Okay, I don't know what to make of this sentence yet. By this time, the something had blank into the something, but the blank was already blank, so he blank in the blank blank. Maybe it's by this time the student? Maybe by this time, I don't know. What's this last part? You have a local vegan place that makes them and they're divine. Oh. By this time... Do we have... No, Strut Trip gone? I don't know what this last one's supposed to be. Maybe the punk. Had fallen? Fell? No. Tripped into the exhibit? Into the balcony? I don't know. I have no idea. Or into the exhibit. Fell in the natural history floor. I don't know. And this time, maybe the guard had... No, that's not gonna work. He fell. Fell in that doesn't work though. I'm a little stuck here. Back down here real quick. Down, down. Impact wounds on the back of his head. Saw him before the display case was broken, although this leaves a couple of questions. You just have one more paragraph to figure out. Oh, there's more here. Son of a bitch.
About the weapon. You described in your testimony that you disarmed him after you fired it, so why did I find it in one of the fountains? Perhaps you had a reason to dispose of the evidence? You want me to come clean, Detective? I'll come clean. I told you, he didn't know what he was doing and neither did I. We were fighting over it and it fired accidentally. The sound, the kickback, the surprise of it all, it disoriented us both. He hobbled off backwards, like I told you, but I was a bit winded as well. That's when the critic found me. I was in a rougher shape than I let on before, Detective, but everything else is true. For what it's worth, I'm glad you could walk away, that you're safe. However, if you ever provide a witness testimony again, please consider presenting only the truth. Luckily for you, it's about time I call the officer back about some important evidence. Although I should check there's nothing else to address before I go. Ugh.
Okay. We got the achievement Anatomy of a Monkey. Complete the murdered guest lead. Although the gun was dropped in the fountain below, the old timer didn't let up. The victim, injured and disoriented, tumbled over the balcony edge. But what caused the altercation? Oh no, did I finally break it? Occasionally it just doesn't want to load. We'll reboot it. It's like, you done. You done, girl. Try again. I'm getting too close to solving the murder. They're trying to keep me down. Isn't the music nice? Okay. Things are heating up now. Where are we? Okay. Any of these other hooligans want to talk? Wait, that's that one. Whee! They're good. Like they're good. Okay, did we get any more? So was it by the time the critic had... Hi, kitty. No, that's not gonna work. By this time, maybe the punk? By this time, the something, I feel like it's had retreated into the something, but the something, I don't know. punk had retreated. Into the... exhibit? Courtyard? I don't know. But the blank was already blank. I don't know. No, that's not right. Let's see if we can go out there and talk to them. This feels like we're still missing a word. Oh, it's not quite ready yet. What did it say? The struggle had just concluded. Extra fire is gonna drop. I luckily know when to say it. Disoriented, the punk backpedaled toward the balcony. So what did this say? By this time, the something had something. Maybe the punk had tripped into the balcony. Maybe had fallen. Maybe it is balcony. Or exhibit. Fell in the natural history exhibit. I don't know. Floor. Nah. Not it. We're close. Freud isn't the right word either. Too much wrong. What is this last one? By this time, maybe it's this other one. Okay. By this time, do we have diamond? Gemstone? By this time, the thief? Is there a thief? I don't have thief. So it won't be that. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this last sentence. Let's go see if it'll let me in the door. Okay, so I can't go there yet. Every time I'm like, oh, I have all the information I need, I end up being wrong. Continue onward, breaking the latch of the stanchion. Okay, let's see. This time, the punk had retreated. Or tripped into the pivot statue. No. No, it's not working. This destroyed won't work either. Ah, what am I missing? Maybe by this time the old timer had this time the Are we missing something else about this thing? He keeps leaving stuff out of his testimony, and I don't trust him. Sir, what did you do? But not at either brother, instead struck a stone statue. So, wait a minute. So he shot the statue. Accidentally. Dropped the gun. Stumbled this way. Because the old man was still fighting him. But he didn't land on the case. Ripped into the sculpture. Oh my gosh, the stones that last year friends from Ocarina of Time. You just caught them. In this room? Wait, no. These? The spiritual stones circa 1998? Those ones? You can time travel one whole dog year. Don't know what I'm missing. This time, the... What could these two be? Feeling very stuck here. Last case had this time. Okay, well, let's see. Let's try this. By this time, the student had retreated into the... Host is yelling at us. Foyer. But the door was already locked. So he... what? Hid? In the sculpture gallery. Aha. But we don't have the sculpture gallery. We don't have the word gallery. Exhibit? Wah! Didn't know that was relevant, but...
I knew I was onto something. This case is continuing to clear up, but it feels like there's always another thread to pull. And there's no use calling it a wrap before I know for certain what's happened.
Yeah, the achievement, dig a little deeper. Dig a little deeper. Okay. Now we can move forward. Should we go check the phone, maybe? Or that door? Go try the phone first. Ah! No! No, it's not ready yet. Okay. Alright, let's go try the door. Wah! Otherwise, there's somebody else to talk to. Who's the other one, wasn't it? Boink, boink, boink. Do we need to talk to the student? No.
I hate to rearrange the curator's exhibits without permission, but I think that's probably the least of their concerns right now. Wow, a keyhole hidden behind the artwork, and it's opened a secret door. Now that never gets old. Yes, it led us right into the museum's back room. I see a computer there on the desk. That's probably my best bet to get a hold of the security system's data. I'm sure there's plenty of other things to investigate as well, so let's get to it. This seems like a pretty sturdy box of tools and fairly well stocked for a museum. They're all in pretty fine shape, too, considering the layer of dust on most of them. Oh, this is a good-looking screwdriver. Never know when you'll need one of these. Did I just steal a screwdriver?
Oh, look at these drawings.
Someone hung a few drawings on the wall here. Rainbows, dinosaurs, and rocket ships are all standard fare for a child with crayons. Looks like the museum and an avian family there too. Not much to go on here, but cute nonetheless. There's an old photograph hanging here. It's a bit faded. 6 people standing together posed for some sort of occasion. There's the curator, the guide, and the guard, but I don't recognize the other 3. It might turn out superfluous to the investigation, but I bet I can learn more. This case has proven complex enough that I can't afford to miss any details. Besides, this bookshelf is organized far better than the one in my office, though it's much easier to find anything intriguing. Like this, a file folder marked classified. I could never overlook that. I suppose it's not unusual for a museum to keep sensitive documents, but these are redacted so excessively, even for a contract. Except one phone number. Weird. I wonder who's on the other end. I should give it a call.
Nice.
This feels a bit familiar, doesn't it? I hope I won't have to deal with 2 password fiascos in one night. Nope, it's unlocked. Quite the stroke of luck. Now, let's see about the security system. Most of the data here is obscured, probably encrypted. I suppose that's how they can justify keeping it unlocked. But it's most certainly a record archive. I can make out entries for exhibit openings, door locking, and alarms being triggered. Unfortunately, user information isn't revealed, so there's no clear indication of who or what these signals are from. Ha! Looks like there's an export data function, and it doesn't require an administrator's override. I'll have this data to the station and decrypt it in no time. For such a sophisticated system, this seems pretty easy. Oh, because it's exporting. To a floppy disk. Well, beggars can't be choosers. I've got what I need.
The Telltale hard drive. Alright. Pretty good. Have a passcode. Only after the Silentberger house. It logs every interaction it witnesses, and with these database logs, I'm one step closer to cracking this case if I can figure out what they mean. Financial fiasco. On several documents marked as classified with many details redacted, which isn't necessarily unusual, but there's one phone number left visible for some reason. What's our new one? Let's see. Blank to the blank. Buy the something from the something. Yeah. About your keys.
Oh, these keys? What about them? Wait a minute. You have your keys on you? Well, yeah, can't you see I'm holding them right in front of you, detective? Oh, you are, aren't you? Doesn't look like the developers gave you that animation, but they're right there, in stunning detail. The... the developers? Don't worry about it. That's not even the strangest part. If you have your keys, then whose do I have in evidence right now? Never mind, just forget it.
About this old photo.
I noticed the museum's current staff, but I'm not sure about the others. What can you tell me about them? Oh, wow. I've never got my own copy of this photo. We took it at the staff dinner. Must have been a couple years back now. That's... oh... that older feller there, that's the mechanic, but he's sadly passed away now. I guess seeing him again kinda hit me all at once, you know? Oh, my apologies. I didn't know. It's okay, Detective. I just wish you could have met him. I think you'd have gotten along well. He was mighty grumpy, but he had a heart of gold, and I tell you, he loved this museum, as much as he complained about it. Yeah, I know the type. I'm sorry for your loss. It's alright. Time moves on, and so do we. And hey, if there's a way I could get a copy of that photo when this is all over, I'd appreciate it. I'll see what I can do. Why don't we discuss other matters for now?
Alright, thank you. I feel like he's gonna get upsetty spaghetti at me, but you know what? I'm on the case. About those drawings.
Excuse me? What drawings do you mean? In the maintenance room, there was a handful hung on the wall. In crayon, I believe. I strain to understand why you would ever need to know anything about that. Does your snooping understand no discretionary bounds? This case has proven very complex, Curator. I need to understand any possible angle or motive from everyone. Well, my son isn't one of your suspects. He's quite young, and I do not see him enough anymore. Until you can look at me with a straight face and prove pinning his scribbles on the wall is a crime, don't ask me about it again. As you wish. I'll ask you about something else then.
About these logs.
I exported them from the museum's security system. Ultimately, there's no need to disclose this, but I thought it was the right thing to do. I'm offended that you would subvert my authority, Detective, but I'm willing to look the other way on this. I understand you're just operating in the best interest of myself and the museum, so I can't fault you for that. I'm operating in the best interest of the truth, which these shall facilitate. Oh yes, silly me, in the pursuit of justice and all that. How could I forget? I don't see how you'll make much use of them when they're stored on that floppy disk, but do what you must. I'll do my best, you can count on that.
Alright, what else? The photo.
I found it while investigating. I recognize you and the other museum staff, but could you tell me more about the other 3 people pictured here? Unfortunately, this is another scenario where my wings are tied, Detective. I'm not at liberty to disclose the details of their identities. They were, in one way or another, all associated with the museum in the past, but I can't say any more than that. It's a wonder how you get anything done these days with so much red tape around. Like you wouldn't believe. Do you have anything else to discuss, or are you gonna get back to work?
Okay. Oh wait. Could I send the floppy disk? Oh, we should talk to the guide first. Oh, whoops. Oh, this old photo.
I see you pictured here next to the curator and the guard. Can you tell me more about the others?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's the historian there, although after I was hired, it wasn't too long before she left. Regardless, in that short time I looked up to her vast expertise. It was like she just knew everything about art history, about culture even, anthropology.
Do you know why they decided to part ways with the museum?
No, I don't. It was pretty unceremonious. In fact, I came in for my shift one day and realized it'd been a couple weeks since I saw them last.
Okay, I'll have to keep asking around.
Interesting. No translation found for e-file, SD, and Meowseum. The file is full of paperwork. From context clues, they appear to be contracts, statements, transcripts, invoices. I suppose none of these would be strange for a business to keep record of, but the large swaths of redacted information is certainly unusual. There are no names or specific figures, but it does look like someone missed a phone number on one of the later pages. Logs generated from the alarm database and written to a data disk. Upon finding the alarm system in the museum's maintenance room, I was able to access the computer and export its database of logs. There's not much I can do with this by myself, though, since it appears to be written in a complicated syntax. Perhaps there's someone I can have look through it. So we have the historian, the renowned historian. So in the photo, a grumpy mechanic, and the shady, we don't know yet. There was an old photograph, a strange contract, and the I don't know what the rest is. That's what we got for now. Oh, he's got more to say. Oh, they both got more to say. However, it's been 6 hours since I started stream, and we've definitely got some more case ahead of us. We've got 4 leads that we still have to wrap up a little bit. This case is ramping up. So we will get this back on stream as soon as I'm able to. I don't know when that'll be. We'll have to look at the schedule. It's been crazy. I see how it is. Fine, leave me. Leave me. Yes. Yes, I shall. Alright, if you're not a regular here, I stream Monday through Friday starting at 11:30 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, and I usually end about 6 hours after that. Tomorrow, normally we would have Pixel Yaps, however, we are not going to have Pixel Yaps this week because Luna needs a break. So I'll let you guys know when it's going to come back. It'll either be next Friday or the Friday after. We gotta talk it through a little bit and decide what we want to do. No Pixel Yaps tomorrow. We'll be back probably at our normal time with Space Haven. Checking out our first look at that, which should be really, really fun. And that's how we'll ring in the Friday. So make sure you're following, or if you're on YouTube, that you're subscribed. And we'll see you later, YouTube.